What's up, gamers? No, it was working, I swear. I just checked it. Hold on. I get tired of this stupid little funny program, guys. What's going on, Saiku, Oshik? How are you guys doing? What is poppin'? Hold on. Okay, it should be working, but it's not. Hold on. There we go! Hi! Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier. I don't do a very good Markiplier accent impression. And welcome back to Five Nights at Programming. So, we're gonna fix bugs today. There's been a couple bugs that were reported on Discord. It's finally able to figure out some weirdness with the land tile stuff, because that one person, I'm in stream remote, so I can't read their name, but it starts with an S. They figured it out. They were able to reproduce it, which is very interesting, because I was not able to reproduce it for a long time. I was like trying to figure it out. Because this issue has been, I think, been happening for a while. It's like a weird one, because it's not super obvious that it's even happening, so it's been really hard for me to figure out, but We did it. So really what the issue was is that if you like clicked on a tile underneath a building, it would instantly set it as being water, even though it technically can't because there's a building on top of it. So fix that, and now we're good. Now we're gaming. Dude, fine. I actually done a few hours of Godot myself last night. Oh, okay, nice. What are you working on? Yeah, how are you doing? I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm fine. Not necessarily good or bad. Just feeling mid today. So yeah. Let's see, what else? What other bugs do we need to fix? I also want to fix, apparently there's some research bug. So we're gonna look into that. Yeah, we're just gonna work on random things. I also do want to take a look at the UVs today, and maybe get the UVs fixed up. So I'm gonna do that. Because the idle UV is a little funny, and then maybe we can also get the dead estate skin back in. Although, to do that, I'm probably gonna need to do hats, so maybe we'll take a look at that also. We'll see, I don't know. That's my local indie game, only 20% off, 95% off. Well, if it was 95% off, then that causes a lot of issues. It sets a precedent so that everyone's gonna wait for the next 95% sale. Also, then I don't get any money because the game's already pretty cheap. It's only $10, so man, 95% off, and that's nothing. It's like what, 50 cents? Yeah. You're working on something all right? Nah, it's not terrible. Hey, R3 Muzz, R3 Muse. Is it how do you pronounce your name? Just so I'm doing it right. R3, or is it like is 3 supposed to be like Remuse? Yeah. Remus? I'm probably saying it wrong. Remus? Maybe? I'm stupid, don't know how to pronounce anything. To make it cost 100? Oh god. Some games do cost 100, which is actually insane. I don't know, man. I feel like charging anything more than 60 bucks for a game is kind of insane. Even 60 bucks is a lot. By the way, did you manage to get the CMD line option? I did, so I'll show you what we did for that. It was janky, but it's working, so I can load up the server and show you. But yeah, what I had to do is export... Let me go ahead and just go into this screen now. What I had to do was export the console using the non-Godot Steam build. It's stupid, but it does work. So we can go into here. Build server and then run it. So basically we can just run the console now. The bat just runs the console, but it runs the console, and for some reason putting the input user check inside of the main game loop, like above everything else, makes it so I can still type and stuff. So see, I can say hi. I can do whatever in here now, right? So it does work. I do need to fix, I think, a bug in sending the chat message. It's I believe that it's not appending the username, which is interesting because I mean it should be here. Format username. Is that because I'm just saying format username? But by default, that's true. So it should be printing this, which is 0 username and then 1 for message. So if format username. So I don't know why it wouldn't be. We can check like in there where it does that. Thank you for the cheese time. So hey Medusa, what's up? First time seeing that intro? It's a new one. You might not have seen it before, yeah. And thank you for the cheese time. So we're saying send chatbot message, chat box, I keep saying bot, server, which is the name, and then input.text. So that should be true by default. It's going to be our username and our message. So it's just going to blah, 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 full that stuff. So if format username, which should be true, it should say print 0, which is our username, and 1, which is our message. But it doesn't seem to be. So I'm not really sure why it would do that. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working. Because then when I chat in here, right, I say hi, and I just sent that, it should print out server, you know. And then also I noticed like when I join a game, which was interesting, it also does that issue. So I'm not sure what's up. I think you'll associate with a studio, a game company to develop the game at its fullness. I'm probably not going to ever like, you know, sell out. I mean, right now it's owned by me, which, you know, I own Big Boy Games, so I mean, I don't think it's really I don't know. I don't think Starground's ever gonna go that far, you know. I don't think I'm gonna like work with another company on it. I mean, we're already published by Two Left Thumbs, Graham, which is epic. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't really like benefit me, honestly. The thing with like game development is that if you're gonna work with like a work for a big company or whatever, or like get like a really big publisher behind your name, then odds are your game is already so successful that you don't even need to. So it's kind of like a weird situation where, I mean, I'm not looking for enormous massive success, right? Like, so it's probably not ever going to be worth it to me, if I'm being honest, to go too far with it. Because then you just start incurring a bunch of expenses, right? Is it even worth it at that point? So, I don't know. But yeah, definitely nothing like that with Starground. See, and it'll say in here, okay, blah, blah, blah has joined the game. I don't know what's going on here because it's just saying blank. There's no name. So I'm a little confused on why that's happening. Also, this should be print rich. I mean, it is... What's happening here? If format username. Okay, otherwise we just append. I think this is probably the issue. Is that if format username, otherwise we just put username and message. That's probably going to be our issue. So let's try that. So if I quit out of the game now and I join again, it'll probably say in here, blah, blah, blah. Oh, awesome. I love when I break everything. Okay. So why is this open? Get out of here. Game will be successful one day. Oh, I appreciate it. It does a great game. Well, thank you very much. Hopefully, we'll see. I don't know. I feel like with game development, it's always kind of like a... I don't know. It always seems like a coin toss whether things are actually going to kick off or not, you know? I mean, there's definitely a big element of it if that's like, you know, you have to make a good game. But there's a lot of games that come out that don't seem, or just seem like unexpected to blow up. I don't know. You never really know. Yeah, it does really feel like gambling. But, you know, gotta stick with that gambler's mentality. If you just keep gambling, maybe one day you'll win it big, right? Yeah, I don't know. Why does his username have like a gap in it already? Am I crazy? But there's 2 spaces here. I guess it's because my message has joined the game has a gap. That's what it is. Okay, so if I do this, now it should say, yeah, guys, join the game. So that looks good. But still don't know why the server wouldn't be doing it right. Because format username by default is true. Unless I just need to update my version of my server. Yeah, exactly, like with Schedule 1 and stuff, I mean, it's insane. I don't think anybody could have really predicted how insanely huge that game would get, right? Because I even saw it before it came out and stuff, and I was like, that looks pretty cool. And I played the demo and stuff. But, like, I didn't expect it to become, like, the top-selling game on Steam for that month or whatever, you know, it's insane. I don't think anybody really does. Yeah, brother, keep gambling. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it sucks to gamble. I don't want to gamble, but I think that's just the truth of it a lot of the times. I wish that I could go into working on a project like having a sense of security of knowing that it would do at least a little bit well, but you just never know. I've seen a lot of games and stuff that people have worked on for years, and I think they're really cool, but they just don't do well, you know? Even worse than Starground, which sucks. I don't know. That's why I think a big part of game development, especially indie stuff, is just like, you gotta be careful not to spend too much time. Because the more time you spend, the riskier it gets, right? If I spend 4 years working on a game, thank you for the speed, by the way. If I spend 4 years working on a game, and it does bad, then I've just lost 4 years of my time, right? Which is a huge chunk. It's so much safer to like push a game really quick in like a couple months, or maybe even do a demo and test the waters before you go all in on your dream project, right? I mean, it's always tricky because obviously all of us love working on our dream games and stuff, but they take a really long time, and that's kind of dangerous. I don't know. Okay, let's see what this prints now. If I say hi, what happens? Yes. Okay, so we're fine now. It's just the other one was probably built before, you know, I've changed that. Well, so what if I, like, do stuff like this? God, true. Yeah, it just says failed to run because there is no player. So it's just gonna be like, okay, I can't do it. Give stone 1, you know, stuff like that. It's just gonna fail. So that's good. Just wanted to check those commands and make sure that they're not gonna crash the server when we run them. Now, since we have like a server and stuff, I would like to change some of those commands to specify a user. So maybe we'll do that. Yeah, we'll figure that out. You know, side income to be free of that? Yeah. Which is really tricky to do. What do we make today? Yeah, we're working on Starground still. I'm just kind of going through and fixing some bugs that some people noticed since the 0.13 update. I already fixed the tile desyncing. I'm going to take a look at this one, which is apparently a research bug. We're going to look into that. And also, maybe we'll try and fix this one. This one is extremely frustrating. It's where when you kill Dreadcap and it tries to spawn the room, it crashes the game for all the clients. I still don't know why that one's happening, so we're gonna have to spend some time to figure that one out, because it's freaking annoying. We can go ahead and get started on that now. And we're also going to be working more on dedicated server stuff on the side. We've got this like settings file here. And this is just specifying some things. One thing I want to work on for the server is choosing the location of the logs, because I don't want that to go to the default game folder. That's not very ideal. See, the guy who spent years making a game, only profited like 1,000, made a video about how little he made that blew up, and then so did sales, so he ended up making a good amount. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's like the thing too, is it's so hard as an indie developer, because it's also the battle between like time spent on developing and then time spent on advertising and marketing. It's really hard. I think that's definitely one of the big pros of having a publisher. So just helping with that, even if it's just a little bit, I think it's definitely nice. Here, let's load this save. And then let's connect. Have you ever considered using ChatGPT to code? It's evolving a lot recently. I don't really want to use ChatGPT to code, because the problem with that is that I'm robbing myself of the ability to actually learn anything if I'm just making the AI do it. And also, those kinds of things always come to bite you later, eventually. It seems nice initially, where it's like, oh, I can automate all this stuff and program this really quick, but then you run into a bug or something weird and unexpected, or you want to integrate something else into your code, and then it all falls apart. Because the problem with AI, and it's going to take a long time for this to ever really work itself out, is that it doesn't understand the bigger picture. When it programs something, it's not thinking in terms of what can be. It's just simply following instructions. So if you tell it to like program a character that can walk, it's gonna do it, but it's gonna do it in an ultra specific way that is not expandable. And you can throw in all the little keywords you want, but then it gets to a certain point where there's so much fiddling and finagling with it, you might as well just do it yourself. I mean, I don't know. I think AI can do some useful things, especially like automated tests and stuff. I mean, I don't think AI is all bad, but I just don't think it's worth it. And I just don't want to brand myself that way, right? It might crash. I mean, yeah, you can't always rely on it too. It's like, if you're ever in a spot where you don't have AI or whatever, or I don't know, you never know. I just would prefer to rely on myself versus a robot to do things. Which sounds funny, figuring this is an automation game, so the whole idea is automating, but you know what I mean. I don't know. I just want to learn things myself, right? Even if that means things are technically a little slower. Well, they probably aren't really. I mean, one thing that I've always noticed is everyone that comes in here is always saying like how fast development on Starground has been going, and it has been. I wonder if part of that is because I don't use any AI for stuff, right? I don't know. Because I think I definitely can handle the like design aspect of programming a lot better than any AI can, right? And that's not me just trying to be all like, I'm a god at programming. I'm definitely not. There's plenty of people that are way smarter than me and that can program better, but I just think AI isn't up to snuff. I feel like most people can if they just spend the time to do it. ChatGPT is a boss of the game. Funny that you say that. You guys will see later on once we get to the final boss. Really depends on how you talk with it. It can be powerful or worthless. Yeah. Best programmer. I'm not. I'm definitely not the best programmer. I am far from that. Okay, let's try killing this boss. So I want to see what happens. I don't know what this frickin' crash is, man, honestly. It's so frustrating because I just have no idea why. There's literally nothing in the code that like is directly causing it, because it doesn't print out anything in the debugger or anything. Right, so watch this. If I kill Dreadcat, as soon as he spawns in the door... Well, okay, that's the other thing too that's frustrating, is it's also just a thing where randomly it happens. It's not a guarantee even. Because I was playing with Ace, you know, and all the gamers, and we were testing multiplayer stuff, and then it crashed like 3 out of the 4 people. I don't know why. Like, we just got to keep doing it and see if it crashes, I guess. It's really frustrating. Oh, I accidentally quit. I didn't mean to do that. I just don't know what else would be causing it, right? If we look at the code for Dreadcap, it's just, I don't know. I have no idea why it would crash. All right, because it spawns in this, actually it's inside of the room. In here. And this is what it does. It's for server only, as you can see. On creation right here. If is server, whenever the boss has died on tree exiting, then I connect that signal to create door. So this will only run on the server, right? So this is just getting, so it's gonna get the region, right? That this boss is in, and then it's getting the rooms, which is basically just an entry inside of the region data that's denoting like the different things for each level. So it's basically just saying as long as there is at least 2 rooms, at least 2 levels to the dungeon, then it creates and instantiates the door right here. It says load dungeon hole. Door.tp position, next level room, global position. So it's just saying set the teleport position to this next level goal position. Set the position to that plus 128. Door.connection is that. Then it adds it to the group. And then add child called deferred. So I don't know. It's really frustrating because I just don't know why it would be crashing, right? I don't know. Call me 007, 0 script experience, 0 code that functions, 7 projects I never finished. Yeah. Oh man. That was me when I was younger and was stupid and spent too long working on things. God. Yes, this is frustrating. I don't think add to group would cause any issues. I don't know. I don't frickin' know what's causing the problem here, right? I mean, the only thing I could think is that it's something inside of here. Is the code in here causing it to happen? Now, something that I could test just for fun is we just deactivate all of the code and then see if it happens. Now, it's difficult again because I can't I don't think it works on local for some reason. I mean, maybe it does. I don't know, but I can't seem to replicate it, right? So I don't know how we're gonna do this. I guess let's just keep running it up until we hopefully see it crash. So let's connect. Let's go to the dungeon. God, true. I don't know. Bugs like this are the worst kind. No error messages, nothing. There's just no help. It's basically just using your best judgment and guessing, right? Is it gonna work? Ah. It did crash, but not what I was expecting. Which is really odd. So what it ran here was on death end, if is server, then drop my items. But I don't know why multiplayer is a null value, right? That's the thing that's really odd to me. So I have no idea why it's doing that. But I can just check if is server because that value gets it before, so like it shouldn't ever be a null value. It's just really weird that would happen. I don't know why that happened. Very odd. it's so hard to tell if that's actually like the problem or if it's just a symptom of the problem, right? That's another part of this that's always a nightmare to try and debug, is like, does that actually matter, or is it just like because it's dying some other way? So what is this saying? If it's the server, then just drop the items. Okay. And where does death end happen? So what is this? If attack is death, okay, that's just like whatever. Timer. So that's just creating a timer. A timeout, connect, death end. So is this happening on... Let's go look at this. Like if we go here... So play attack. Let's search for when death happens. So this is where we're... Okay, so it is an RPC function. If has died, and if it's the server, let me say play attack death. If it's not the current animation, then do all this stuff, right? Okay. Death end. It's probably also because this is calling queue free, which is actually bad. You don't want to call queue free on the client because that should only happen on the server, which means death end really should only happen on the server. So like, let's just say this. If is server, if attack is death. This is a backup timer for when animation player fails. Yeah, I think I had issues before with this where on the death animation it would fail, right? So after 3 seconds it should say death end. Let's just honestly delete that key because it seems like it's probably causing issues. So now that won't run death end. It'll just say all this stuff if server and I've played the death animation. Then we start a 3-second timer and we say death end. So it's probably going to be the play. But honestly, that's kind of stupid if you think about it. I think there's a better way. So, hey, Adagon, thank you for the spin. What's up? I think you'll release on Epic Games. Probably not. I think one of the reasons I probably won't do that is because Epic Games most of the time has exclusivity agreements. So basically, it's like if you want to put it on Epic Games, you have to do it for a certain amount of time before you can put it on other platforms. I've seen a lot of games that have that issue. Like World of Goo 2 came out, and it was a Epic Games exclusive for a year. And so, like, being on Steam already, I don't know how that would really work with Epic Games. And also, if we're just being honest, Epic Games, compared to Steam, has an incredibly tiny market share. It's probably not even worth my time, if I'm being honest. It might result in maybe $100 of profit. Not worth it. Right? For all the trouble of getting on Epic Games. I don't know. It's pretty insane to think about it, you know, how big Steam is and how important it is, because really no other platform has any competition with Steam. There's just no chance. Even though Epic Games like gives out free games and stuff, people just don't care because Steam treats people way better than anybody else does, and I think that's a really important part of it. Like, buying and playing games on Steam as a consumer, I feel protected, and I feel like it's, if I ever have an issue or anything, which I never do, I know that I'll be able to talk to real, reasonable people. I've also just noticed that a lot with, like, working with, like, when you create your game on Steam and stuff, the employees, like, that check everything are extremely helpful. I mean, you can always ask whatever you want. They give like the exact reasons for everything. Like if you ever have something fail, they're like, here's a screenshot of this issue and then what you can do to fix it and everything. It's just a good Valve's okay. This may come back on me one day. You never know. You can't say anything's good anymore these days, but I think Valve is a pretty good company. They seem to treat people like people, which is nice. And I think that's something that Epic Games will never be able to compete with, because Epic Games kind of sucks as a company. So yeah. I don't know. Remember Danny? Yeah, Steam support. Yeah. No, Steam support's nice. I've never had any issues with Steam support and stuff. They've always been extremely reasonable. You know, there's been plenty of things that I've like submitted with Starground. I even had one just recently because with the OST. I didn't include like, I guess I needed to include extra text on the vertical capsule that specifies it's the OST versus the base game. But they just make it easy. It's like, just add that on there and resubmit whenever you're ready. Like, I don't know. I mean, obviously I haven't dealt with Epic Games, so I can't really compare the two, but I guess it's a thing of like, Epic Games isn't luring me in enough. Steam is already doing God's work out here. So Epic Games would have to do something so much better than Steam that there's actually a reason to, right? Rather release on itch than Epic. I also agree. Like, I think it's just itch does have a pro, which is that it's free, right? And so like I can see a valid reason to choose itch, but I just don't know why anyone would choose Epic Games. I mean, they have a slightly smaller profit share, I guess, but they also come within a much smaller audience, much smaller like market share. So I don't know. And I don't know how I would feel about dealing with Epic Games, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I could see doing it if they're going to help you fund development. There's a lot of games that do that, right? Epic Games will pay you a certain amount to have it like exclusively on Epic Games. So if it does really help and makes the game feasible, then I guess I could see the case then, but I don't know. I just don't think for indie developers it's worth it. I don't know, like, also if there's fees and stuff associated, like, with making a game and all that. I have no idea. One thing that I've always liked about Steam is it's just flat $100, and that's it. There's never any more fees after that. There's no, like, premium support tier and all that garbage. It's just, you pay the $100 and you have access to literally everything Steam has to offer forever for that game. And I think that's very, very fair. Yeah, I mean, they take 30%, which is fine. They obviously have to have some kind of like continual income, otherwise they're never gonna make any money and they wouldn't be able to do anything. So 30% is pretty fair, I would say, given what Steam offers. It's not that insane, you know. And they also decrease that amount depending on how much you make too. I think if it's over like 1 million or something, you get a 20%, or I think it even drops more than that. So it's really fair. And that's the thing too, is like, unless you're making that much money, the 30% doesn't really matter that much, right? So I think it's completely fair. I think Steam is kind of epic, guys. Also, what I want to do in the mushroom boss here is say, we can just connect up a signal here for when animation is finished to Dreadcap, right? And then we're just going to check if anim name is death, then say on death or death end or whatever. And just say if is server. I think that's going to be a little bit better here. Now I can get rid of all this garbage because it's just confusing. So this will play his attack and stuff, right? This is his animation player for death. So as soon as he dies, then he does death end. And this will do all his explosions and whatever. And then death end will only call on the server, so we can get rid of that and just do that. Cool. So I think that's going to be more reliable. We'll see. Yeah, you also get the $100 back, which is like, they don't even need to do that, but they just do anyways. Because it's just nice. Right? I don't know. The thing that is always, like, I've always admired about Valve is the fact that they do things like that. Like, things that are not necessary and don't benefit them. Right? They could easily keep the $100, and I don't think anybody would really care. But somebody decided, you know what? Let's also give the $100 back. Why not? Right? So, I don't know. And another thing too is like I've been through all the Steam stuff before, and it was great. So I already have like a very positive experience with it all. And I think Starground will be just the same, right? So, yeah. Epic Games, step it up. I don't know. Valve is like one of the companies I'm like okay with monopolizing. Like, I'm actually kind of happy that Valve is such a huge market share because they kind of deserve it, I think. I know I sound like a little Valve fanboy right now, but purely just speaking from a business perspective, Valve is good for business, right? Giving the $100 back is a good thing for Steam, actually. Yeah. I mean, I guess I mean, technically you could think of it in terms of like any positive thing they do for a developer is a good thing for Steam, because then they keep people using Steam. But the idea is for you to spend $100, put another game. Yeah, I could see that argument. Yeah, to just keep it going. Hey, Anonimo, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? What have you been up to? Okay, Caloris does not have... Yeah, see, I think the only boss that we had issues with this is just Dreadcap, and it's probably because of the animation stuff. Like, if we look at Spore, I don't think Spore has... he does have an animation player, but... Let's see, does it do the same thing where it calls Death End? It does. So... I'm probably also going to fix that. Oh, but see here, I'm actually checking if his server. So I think the issue is probably related to that. Let's check for all these cases here and replace that with is server. Because we don't need to keep calling that function. We just set it once at the beginning and then we check it. Plants vs. Zombies music, man. Yeah. No, I love Plants vs. Zombies music. It's always been awesome. And since it's game music, I don't get copyright claimed, which is cool. Didn't realize how long art takes. 3 hours just making a pixel bird. Art is really time consuming. Yeah. I've done it so much that I've been able to get really quick with it, but it used to take me forever to draw stuff, you know? Man. And I think a lot of it also just comes down to like tricks kind of that I've learned of like, okay, if I'm doing some big, massive, complicated scene, a lot of the times I'll render it out now in Blender first. And then just kind of use that as like a foundation to trace off of and stuff, right? Which has helped speed things up a lot. But yeah, it's just practice makes perfect. It takes a long time, but you will get better at it. I don't care. I could trace. I think it's so stupid that people like gatekeep that kind of thing. Hey, thank you for the bit. I appreciate it. I can't believe I trace. I know. It's tracing my own model, so I don't think it really matters. I encourage you guys to trace, because why not, guys? Why not trace? Honestly. Okay, this one doesn't have an RPC hooked up. Is it not an RPC then? Ooh. Because here I say just animation player.play death, but I'm not oh. But I'm not calling it as an RPC, which is really interesting. Is it because this is happening on both the client and server? It is. So, I mean, it's fine. Because I'm saying just if we're dead, then play the animation. So that's fine. But yeah, I'm not going to do this business anymore, this backup timer garbage, because it's just stupid. So we're going to do what we did over here. We're just going to grab this, connect up the animation finished thing on Spore, and then check if is server, if anim name is equal to death, then death end. Because old death end is doing basically just saying drop my items and kill myself. So I'm about to get demonetized, guys. All right. So hopefully that'll fix a lot of these issues now. With the crashing. Let's load it up a couple more times and see if we can replicate it anymore. Hopefully not. Hopefully we'll be okay. Hey, Dev Daniel, what's up? You're new here? I don't know about that. I don't know. All right. Ayo! Insane. Starground Stinky. All right, I'll send that over. Hey, thank you for the bit. Yeah, pre-demonetization funds. Thank you. Yeah, my 2 cents. I don't make any money on YouTube, so it's actually probably $0. It doesn't even matter. Hopefully one day I can hit enough watch time hours to get monetized on YouTube, but it's gonna be a while. Loading air message, just lurking while coding myself. Nice. What are you working on? Okay, let's test this again. Loading up the server. Connecting as a client. And let's see. Solidus. Program language written in Crystal. Oh, nice. Haven't heard of Crystal before. Yeah, I can send that key your way. I do have. Actually, I don't have any on hand, so I have to request some from Steam. So I will do that. I need to just request like 20 or whatever to keep on hand to hand out to friends and stuff. I need to do that. Ruby-ish syntax, but the target is low level, like C++. Okay, interesting. Yeah. There's so many programming languages that I've just never heard of. It's pretty insane. Obviously, I've heard of all the big ones, but there's just a lot. There's a lot you don't realize until you actually look at, like, all of them in a list, and you're like, oh my god, there's like hundreds of them. A lot of them are just kind of like small variants and stuff of pre-existing ones, right? Like sort of like an offshoot of Rust or whatever, but it's still pretty crazy how many there are. Alright, let's test this. I'm just gonna make sure his animation's playing and stuff, which it is. No crash. I wonder if the crash was just because I got lucky. One time when I was testing, I commented out the dungeon door thing, right? So and it didn't crash. And so I was like, okay, I fixed it. But I'm now realizing it's probably, I just got lucky that it didn't crash. So I think it actually, all this time was actually Dreadcap's fault. I just didn't realize. So I'm hoping that issue is now fixed. We've also still got to fix some issues with the puzzle vault. So we'll do that too. So few. It's even more than that, but yeah. There's a lot of them. Less few into div. Crazy. Does the game still lag when I'm attacking Spore? That's another bug that I need to fix, which I have no idea why it's happening. But when I am like attacking Spore over here, the FPS of clients really drops hard. Oh. What is this now? Oh yeah, I changed a bunch of stuff on these particle emitters, or not particle emitters, projectiles, so I need to change that. Because Poison Cloud, this doesn't have damage anymore because it just does an effect, so I'm not going to set damage. I can still set lifespan and stuff. I need to make sure I don't say that anywhere else. Child.damage. No, it was just in Spore. Okay, well, I fixed that. Let's write down all these fixes, guys. Fix an issue where Spore would crash the game. Fixed it. Fix an issue where killing Dreadcap would crash the game on multiplayer. Alright, now I gotta restart everything. Awesome. Okay. I don't know, it doesn't seem like I'm getting the lag issues, which is freaking frustrating. I know you guys have watched me gone through all that before. I think usually most of the time where it lagged was with the diatomatuses. It also did lag a ton with Spore for some reason. I still don't really know why, if I'm gonna be completely honest, why this happens. So I'm gonna have to keep working on it. So, hey, thank you for the cheese time, appreciate it. But yeah, something that has been happening for a while is the stupid little buggy guys would go and then the game would lag really hard. I don't know why it happens, and it's so weird because it only seems to happen when they're in the lab, not anywhere else, so I don't know what's happening. Oh my goodness. So much cheese. No. Stop. Don't make me do it. Don't make me pause it. I don't want it to go on for 8 minutes. I'm gonna have to set a hard cap in the code, guys, for how long cheese time can happen for. Because I don't want it to go on for 10 minutes and ruin the stream. Oh, goodness. Maybe we need to set like a limit on... Or maybe we just make the cheese slowly lessen out. That would help. Well, I could set a cooldown, but I do want people to be able to stack it on purpose, so it's... Here, let's take a look at the code. I know these guys can't see anything, but... Here, just temporarily... Let's, Here, I'm just gonna create a new desktop source. Hold on, guys. New display capture. This one? Yeah. And we're just gonna do a little programming here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is make cheese time calm down. So let's go into our cheese time controller in the overlay. Because the issue is that it's full cheese all the way up until the last second, which is kind of the issue. So. Because let's see, I want the time to increase. Not too much. Cheese is live. I'm sorry. Someone uses cheese too much, they're timed out for 10 seconds. I could do that. I could make it so cheese has to be a group effort. So I could actually check inside a main when somebody calls cheese time, and then check like who the user was and stuff, and then if that user has called cheese time more than 3 times or something, then I time them out instead of redeeming it. Maybe that's what we do. Yo, rats, that's insane. Okay, so how would we do this? We need to read what the data is. I don't know what data prints out, but I presume it prints out like a Twitch ID. So here, let's redeem cheese time. It goes against my very core, but oh wait, we've got to actually do it like for real. Here, cheese time, redeem. Okay, so it does give a username right here. But I'll probably just use it based off of user ID, so I'm just gonna keep track of our cheese IDs. And every time that we do it, we're gonna count that up. And this is actually gonna be a dictionary. And just say cheese IDs dot like set. So the key will be data dot user ID, and we're just going to set that with here. Let's just say here. Let's just set ID first. See, but you can see how long this is going on for. It's kind of insane. So let's take a minute to fix it. Okay, it finally stopped. But it's it's kind of ridiculous. So if ID, or let's say if cheese IDs that doesn't have ID, then we'll just say cheese IDs at index ID, then say cheese IDs index ID is equal to 1. And then otherwise, cheese IDs will be equal to whatever's in there plus 1. Now what I'm going to say is if cheese IDs dot get ID is greater than 3 or something, then we can like, you know, do it. I'll just say print, just for now, too much cheese. And then we're gonna have to slowly reset these over time, right? So I'm just gonna have some kind of like big timer that just goes through and decrements all of them every single time to 0 or whatever. So let's just do that. Cheese IDs. Let's go into process. And actually, let's just create a timer. Why not? And let's just say every minute it goes back down. So this is going to be the cheese timer. Make sure to run it with your streamer account, otherwise you can't time out mods. Oh yeah. Well, this wouldn't, I don't know if I'll necessarily time people out. I'll just deny the request. You'll see. I'll call this cheese timeout. Let's reconnect this. On cheese timeout. I'm just gonna say for I and cheese IDs, cheese IDs at key I is equal to cheese IDs at key I minus 1, and then I'm gonna say if that is less than or equal to 0, then say cheese IDs dot erase key I. So that should work. Do we have to loop through them backwards now? Because I'm erasing. Nah, it'll probably be okay, because it's a dictionary, it's not an array, so I don't think it matters, because we're not accessing at an index. Alright. So, that should now fix that. So if somebody redeems too much cheese, then in main it's gonna say, too much cheese. So if that, too much cheese, otherwise do that. Alright. How much have you guys been playing that Minecraft server? We started about... Well, I started initially just with my brother about, like, a little over a month ago. And we were just kind of chilling and building a house and stuff, and then I got, like, Ace and Dylan and stuff on, and Season, and now you and MBG. Yeah. Do you think it's more or less than a month? Like, is that surprising or not surprising? Or I guess... I don't know. Are you surprised it's taken a month? Okay, so this should just print too much cheese. Build so many things. We like to build. It's fun to build. I mean, it definitely helps that there's just a bunch of people on the server. So but that's just how I play Minecraft. I just like to build stuff, you know. I built the mountain, the villager hall, the little house that I live in, and a couple other things like my doghouse, and yeah. I know nobody has context for what we're talking about right now, but don't worry about it. It's Minecraft. Alright. So, let's see here. I'm gonna restart the overlay, and we're gonna test this new cheese tech. I would love if I could get an image of their profile, of whoever redeems, like, profile picture, so that I can, like, slam their face with a hammer or something. We'll see. We'll see what we can pull off, guys. Alright, I'm gonna redeem cheese time a bunch, and then it should say, like, hey, stop it! So, share this some villagers, now I'm timing full set, yeah. It's an API. I think I do, yeah, I think there's a way to do it. I saw somewhere in here, especially when, like, when we were setting up the chat stuff, I think I saw it in here, so. Alright, let's try this out. So, let me redeem cheese time a bunch. So if I redeem it 4 times, it should stop. Like, it should fail. Two, 3, and it should print in here. Too much cheese! Yeah, so it did work. So now there's a hard limit, guys. Sorry. Alright. So if you want cheese to go crazy, it's a group effort. You gotta coordinate. Okay. So now what? Now I need to do the little thing for when someone gets their face slammed. I'm sorry, but sometimes it gets a little frustrating when the full screen is just cheese and then no one can watch the stream anymore. So, I hate to do it. Okay, so you're saying there's a way to do it? Do you call, like, Twitcher? Twitch, I think you can get a Twitch user from an ID. I did that in here somewhere, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, right here. Then I say await. So we just say this. User data is get user by ID. ID. And then, what does this return again? This will return Twitch user, which has a couple things in here. Display name, type, broadcaster type, description, profile image URL. So I think that's the one. But how do I like get it? I mean, is there another thing for like Twitch service dot load profile image? Yeah, it returns an image texture. That's probably what I need then. Yeah, it gets the image of a user. Okay, cool. And what does this take? A user? Yeah. And then we say PFP. Is that... Alright, this is some crazy tech, guys. Now in here on canvas layer, this is like... Okay, canvas layer is our UI. We want to do this one. With the raid message and all that business. So we're going to have a, a texture rect on here. And this is going to just... We're just going to test this, right? So we're going to say that texture is equal to PFP. And then let's try that. So literally all this is going to do is just download the image and it's going to set it. And then we should see it. I'm going to say keep aspect centered. And I'm just going to say ignore size. And we're going to say size is 256 or something by 256. Okay, let's try this out. Let's restart the overlay again. You guys ready for this? So it should just show my profile picture on the screen when I redeem cheese time a bunch. Let's see. Oh, the first one didn't work. I did it too early. One more. Whoa! Okay. So it does work. That's gonna be very nice. Oh, we could do a bunch of cool stuff then. Alright, so that's just gonna be stuck on the screen now. So I'm just gonna add some text here. That's like, too much cheese. Let's add a VBox container. Put that in there. Okay. Why can't I see it? Oh, it's up in the corner. Yeah, let's get this in the center. Center. Too much cheese, guys. And then let's give it a margin. Just so I can set a size on this. 256. And it's not centered for some reason. This is the text isn't centered. And we could just like modify this label to say like, so-and-so is being punished for too much cheese. You know. Okay, let's test this. My throat. I'm sorry. Okay. So now, this is gonna be... Now my voice is deep because I've cleared my throat. Hello everybody. Now we're going to work on setting the text of the label. How is everyone doing today? Yoshik replay has been banned. I ban you if you... I can't do that. That would be, That truly would be, I'm not gonna ban you. What the yuck? Is it yucky when I do the deep voice? Yoshik replay has over-cheesed. Has cheesed too hard. Oh, that's you. Okay. I'm just saying, you have Cyanter, that's all I'll say. So we'll set that text. We'll just do this. We set the profile picture. And then, yeah, it should work. Let's go ahead and just call a function for this, which is just gonna be a function like, set over cheese. Set cheese warning. And then we're just gonna pass in the user ID, and then we're gonna do all this stuff in that function. Just so I can call it easily. So now we're gonna create a function that's function cheese warning. So we have ads starting soon, guys. My apologies. The fourth time I've added your name to string. That's insane. What is ID? Is this supposed to be an int? Okay, it's a string. Weird. Oh. Set cheese warning. I did the wrong one, guys. Okay, so that's gonna load all the stuff, and then this is just gonna say, is equal to bop.format. User data, which is gonna pass in a user, which should have your name. It should just have display name right here. Yeah. So we're gonna say user data dot display name. Dot get. How do I get it? Get. I can't just say display name. Dot display name. Only identifier attribute access. Subscription access can be used as assignment target. What does that mean? Can I just do that? Or do I say display name dot get? Okay, I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. Oh, I wasn't doing anything wrong. I'm just stupid. I didn't say .text. Okay. All right. So that's going to say your name. So 0 has cheesed too hard. And then we can set the font size for this and all that business. What font size do we want? Font size equal to 24. Yeah, we'll do 24. All right. Okay, so we're gonna change this texture rect and this label. I'm gonna say var cheese warning fade is type tween. So in here we're gonna say if cheese warning fade. If cheese warning fade dot is valid, then cheese warning fade dot kill. So here we're gonna say cheese warning fade is equal to get tree dot create tween. All right, ads are over, everybody. Sorry about that. So now we're gonna say cheese warning fade dot set property. Object is gonna be our funny object. Property is gonna be modulate. Final value is gonna be color 1110, and duration is gonna be 1. Now before we fade that though, we're gonna say cheese warning fade dot tween interval. Let's give the people what they want. Let's give the people at least 10 seconds or something. No, not 10 seconds. That's insanely long. 2 seconds. Okay. So now that's gonna tween it out and make it go invisible. Okay. And this by default, the modulate should be 0. Now, for like our raid message and stuff, what did I do for the text, right, on that? Now, does that text happens dynamically, so I don't even remember where that is. Okay, it's right here. Can I do a test raid? I think I can. Now, did I make that wobble? Yeah, see, it's all like wobbly, so I think I want to duplicate that. Shout out to Delirium. So let's go check on that. It's like on raid right here. Yeah, let's just copy this stuff. And apparently there's also like a background color, so maybe I'll do that. Shout out to Delirium, guys. Be sure to follow Delirium on twitch.tv. Thank you so much, Delirium. Cheese, 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 Swiss, voice the cheddar. Oh. Okay, let's lower the amplitude to like 20. Cheese, thieves and programmers, never shall we cheese. Let's see here. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. No, it won't be. Let's go ahead and just do it the right way. I hate to do this, but now this is truly cheese. Warning. Now I gotta re-reference all my things. Yo. All hands. Voice the colors eye. Okay. So now I'm gonna do this, guys. Okay. Actually, I need to do this again. Frick. Frick, guys. God dang it, guys. This sucks. But maybe I don't need that other margin container. I don't think I do. So it's not that bad, but it's still kind of annoying. Shoot, guys. Anyways, what I'm doing here is I'm giving it a panel. Now watch this, guys. Okay, why is it? Watch this, guys. Panel. Boom. Text on top. Can I stop? Sorry. I can stop. I will stop. I apologize. I'm sorry, guys. You guys despise me now? Alright, so that goes in the center. I guess I gotta be boring now. Okay, guys. That goes in the center. We also set a color, I think, on here. The raid message. We said color orange, so we'll do that one, I guess. Whatever. Alright. Set the color. And we should be good to go, I think. Nope, we're not. Because I messed everything up, guys. We gotta fix that. And we gotta fix the texture. Alright. Then what's like a funny sound we can use, right? We need a funny sound, like a bad sound. How about we get like a boo, you know, to boo people. Boo. Boo. You know? Boo and laugh. That's probably right. Here, I'm gonna turn down desktop audio. That's not what I was expecting. I thought it was gonna be like a guy that's like booing, but he's just saying boo. That's kind of a funny sound, though. Maybe I should use that. Yeah, sure. Oh, booing and hissing? Nah, I think this one will work. It's short enough, you know, it's not like super long. Alright. This is what you guys freaking deserve. I hate to do it. I know it's literally 1984, but it's too much cheese, guys. I'm sorry. It's too much cheese. Can't type. Okay. Let's put that on master. I don't want it to be like too loud. Are we gonna try that? Alright, you guys ready to test the cheese? Let's see. Oh, it's still visible. It's not supposed to be. Yeah, let's set visibility. There we go. Alright, let's try this out, guys. Actually, I can just test it doing, calling cheese time, right? Actually, no, it doesn't work because I need, like, user ID and stuff, so it's fine. We'll just call it manually. 1, 2, 3, and then... It didn't go visible. I may have forgotten that part, guys. .modulate.a is 1. Or we go ahead and just fade it in really quick here. And we just do like a very short fade in. 2.5 to 1 second. Or to 1 alpha, I mean. Okay, let's test this again. Okay, it works. Okay, you guys can't cheese too hard anymore. Alright. I guess that's it. I guess that's finished. Okay. No more cheesing, guys. What was I even working on? Oh yeah, the freaking game lagging and running bad. Let's take a look at that. Now you can lower the price to 500, 400. 500's already kind of cheap, I feel like, though. Right? It's probably okay. I think it's kind of cheap. I think it's, I don't think 500's that expensive, guys. Alright, let's go try this out. So, I just want to see if this is going to lag when we go into the lab. Start spawning in guys via diatomatus, right? See if we can figure that one out. 'Cause that one is a tricky one, let me tell you. So let's just start going. I need to enable the FPS. Okay. I'm not really seeing any lag. This is what's so frustrating about this bug. Just like all these stupid ones is like, I don't know how to recreate it. I think that's my biggest issue right now, right? It's just like, I don't know, man. F1 is equal to cheese? What do you mean by that? It hides the darkness. One of these days I'm gonna have to like disable that option or make it only work if you have cheats enabled on the server. Cheese, that's true, that's true. It does kind of cheese the dungeon, yeah. I need to fix Spore. I need to do a whole remaster of Spore. It's not, it doesn't look like it's lagging, or, well, that one did. But I don't know why, man. I don't know why. And I don't know why it only happens with stuff in the lab. Like, it doesn't seem like any enemies on Enceladus ever lag anything, or even the new dungeon. It's just the lab, and I don't know why. I don't really see any, like, specific errors that are causing the issue. I mean, there's a couple weird ones, like for an invalid synchronizer. I don't know where that's coming from, but I doubt that's the issue. I don't know. New weapon part idea, keep comboing even for 3 hits. That's kind of fun, yeah. So it's like as long as there's enemies there to hit, you can just keep going forever. Yeah. Maybe. Oh, this is already shadowing another variable, isn't it? Tile map. Then which one is it in here that it's shadowing? Because tile map. Let's go look at it. Okay, this is going to be in create world, tile map, terrain. Where do I use tile map gem and stuff? Okay, I don't use it anywhere, so... I use it literally anywhere? No, it's just useless, so... Okay. So honestly, let's get rid of that. And then where else do I use tile map? Because am I actually using that for things, or is it just like I used to and now I don't? Because it's saying tile map, but I should just be getting tile map there. Right, because I'm passing in region ID, so there I should just be grabbing, like this, get tile map position and all that business. I don't think I want to get tile map like this anymore. And I don't think I referenced that anywhere. Like, global dot main dot tile map. Let's just check for that one. Or like dot, let's just check for dot tile map. Nope, I don't use it anywhere, so let's get rid of that. I think that's from a bygone era. Then it's going to complain about a couple spots here, but no need to fret. Like this one, we really just want to say, right, because this is passing in a region ID, so we just want to say, var tile map is equal to mod api.get tile map from ID, region ID. So yeah, that should work, I think. Then get region from ID. That's fine. Now, I do have to be careful because sometimes not every region has a tile map, so I do have to check down here, like, right, if the tile map exists. So I'm going to say if tile map, tile data, otherwise var tile data is going to be equal to null. Just so we don't have any crashes here. Is that literally the only place that I reference tile map? I feel like I'm crazy. Everywhere else is just tile map reference. And what's this current tile map business, right? That doesn't make any sense either. Where do I even use that? Okay, I use it in a couple places. See, because where do I do that in? Current tile map is that one. Okay, we can change that also now. Right, because now we're just going to say if global.ingame current tile map is mod api.get tile map from ID, region ID. So we're not going to do it this way anymore because that's stupid. There we go. It just doesn't make any sense to call it here and create world, like, because we're going to be setting our region, so we don't want to do that. It just doesn't make any sense. We're going to have to check this and make sure that we didn't just break everything, but hopefully we're okay. I think we just do this here. Tile is equal to that. So how do we even use that? Right. Tile. Specifically, whole word tile. Do I not even use it anywhere? God dang it. Because I just say, if tile map, then tile is that. But I don't seem to use it anywhere. I use tile map, but that's normal. I'm just saying... Okay, so I literally don't even use it anymore. I think I used to at one point, but now I don't. Let's make sure I'm not accessing it from a different location or something. Right? I doubt it, but... Okay, it's not that one. And this is I is tiles. It's not in there. Building that tile count. That's a completely different thing. Okay, so I don't even know what it's doing in there, honestly. Just doesn't seem to make any sense. right here. I mean, I'm not referencing tile anywhere else in here, right? So what am I doing here? I'm getting cell tile data for our current tile map. Okay, but I don't think I use it. Because unsetting it, it doesn't seem like there's no reference to it other than this one. Var tile. And there's nowhere where I'm saying dot tile where it matters. And I'm not saying in here like tile, so just get rid of it. We can add it back if we need it, but I don't think we do. Okay. Anyways, that should help make things work with regions a little bit better. Because now it'll actually give a reference to the current tile set. Technically, we don't even need that variable, because we can just say dot current region dot tile set, but it's just, why not? Okay, let's load in and make sure that the building stuff still works. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't. Because it seemed like that was completely useless, but I don't know. I always am a little worried sometimes about, like, removing stuff like that, just because it's like, I don't know exactly where it might be used. But as far as I can tell, I don't think I use that anywhere. I think what it is that I used to grab the actual tile out of position, but I think I got rid of that because now I can't just grab an individual tile, right? Buildings are big. They can take up 2 tiles or 4 or 8, whatever. So you can't just check one tile. There's no point. Better way to do that is just the collisions. I'm excited for that one new thing in Godot 4.5, the tile set collision optimization. That's going to be very nice. Because basically what it does is all of these right now are separate little individual tile colliders, but it's going to all merge into one big optimized one, which is going to be very nice. Yeah, I really doubt there's any issues with the building from that. Hey, Ryan, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? Okay, yeah, I think we're fine, guys. I think we're okay. Optimizing things, fixing bugs. That's sort of the goal for today. So, all right. Doing decent. Yeah. I'm doing all right myself. I'm just working on bugs today. So. Yeah, so this is one bug that they mentioned. The vault room does not update on clients, so had to fix that. Yeah, not really super fun, but so this bug is apparently happening where you can't open the sign on the fountain twice. I don't know why that happens. There's also a weird bug with like the player visibility stuff. I'm pretty sure that's a Steam specific issue. So I don't know why that's happening. That bug is basically the same as the other one. And this one, I believe. And then also technically we fixed this one too. So yeah, there's a whole bunch. Also, I think I fixed this one. This was related to like a fish thing. Overflow gates. Oh yeah. This is a thing that I'm probably never going to be able to fix. what can happen is that if you have one Tesla coil here that does have enough power, like they can connect to different ones. So this building is actually connected to this Tesla coil because it was like the first one that got connected, whereas this one is, you know, it's not something I can easily change to be reliable. So, or like understandable. So, I mean, I don't think really anybody's going to be doing that anyways. Honestly, there's not much of a use case for having separate power networks. I mean, there can be, but it's not usually a thing. I wonder how like games like Factorio handles that, because I know that can happen in Factorio. I've had that happen, where like you have a building in two different power networks, but I actually have no idea what would happen. Would it take power from both networks, or would it just ignore one? I don't know. That'd be an interesting experiment to run, just out of sheer curiosity, because I have no idea how that would work in Factorio. Like if they even handle that, right? Who knows? Yeah, this is something I definitely want to do soon at some point. It's being able to like preview items and hover over them to see info about them. Which we kind of can set up, because we have the whole thing where, you know, if you hover over an item in your inventory, it shows details about it. So it would be cool if we could also do that, right, inside of here, where it's like if you hover over the building or whatever, it shows the building description. Basically just like how it is in here. I need to figure out some standardized way to get all this info, though. Maybe kind of move this away from being a function exclusive to the building menu to just be like a global function. That's just like get building info or whatever somehow. Get formatted building info. I don't know. We're going to have to figure that out. Because I would love to be able to do that in here. Now, you can't really do that with a controller, which is kind of a downside. But I don't know how you're supposed to really do it. It works in here because you can just hover over the button, but here it doesn't really work. I guess I could make it so you could like move your cursor over and hover over these buttons and stuff, but it gets a little weird. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Okay, at least we're getting some bugs finished here, though. I'm not aiming to get every single little tiny bug fixed right now, but really what I'm focusing on is like the big ones. The crashes and the like gameplay issues of like, this thing is preventing me from progressing, you know? Because those are the big issues, the real issues. Obviously minor issues, I'd love to fix them one day, but it's a little more chill. I don't have to worry so hard about those, right? One thing I've always wanted to do with this star launcher is that when it's nighttime, or just time 0, right? And you launch, it would be cool if it like was unshaded so that it wasn't let's see if we can do that really quick. I want to work more on like stuff like that, like glowing stuff, because I think it would just be cool. But I think we can just say on here, on this progress sprite, we just say, give it a material, a new shader material, new shader, and just call this unshaded, right? Canvas. Just say shader type. I guess canvas item. Then how do I do like unshaded? Let's see. Godot set shader unshaded. Oh yeah, it's a render mode. I think you just do that, right? So now if we go in game, it should like be glowing in the darkness, right? We're probably gonna have to restart the game to apply the shader, but I'm also just going to go ahead and save this as that same thing, right? Save as unshaded. And just save in here, I guess. I don't know. And it should just do all the basic fragment and vertex stuff if it's empty. Hopefully. We'll see. It might... It should. I don't think it's just going to do nothing. We'll see. Ugh. Okay. Let's test this out. So it's nighttime if we go... Yeah, see, that looks epic. I like the little things like that. I think it adds a lot of ambience. So let's mark that down. So the star launcher will glow in the dark. And there's a lot of other things I want to do that with too. It would be really cool if like the furnace when it's on and active would also do that same effect. Right, so like when we've got that and it's like smelting, and we say ×0, it would be really cool if the fire was glowing. I'm gonna have to figure out if there's an easy way to do that. I don't know. I might just have to have like a sprite on top that's like a separate one. I mean, unless I just do a replacement shader and then I like select the pixels to be unshaded, but I think the problem is that's gonna make all the pixels unshaded, I think. So, I don't know. I'll have to think about how to do that, but it would be really cool. Just something I've been meaning to do, you know? Because there's a lot of buildings we could do that with. The researcher, even the crafter particles and stuff like that. Honestly, let's see if we can do that, because I think we can just mark a particle as being unshaded. Yeah, let's just do a stupid little basic setup. Basic baby setup. Ugh. And let's just craft some biofuel or whatever. I guess I gotta resave this save now. Okay. So let's go to the crafter. And then on these particles, the welding particles, can we just go ahead and add the unshaded material? I think we can. We'll see if that actually works, though. Yeah, there's a lot of particles like that that I would love to go through and do that with. Obviously, we don't need to do that on the smoke or anything, because that's smoke. It's not going to be unshaded. It's not going to glow. But anything that emits a light. It's a really good way to, like, get that effect without having to, create a brand new light source for every single one of those buildings, because that starts to get really bad for performance. It's so much easier just to pop a little unshaded thing on there. Technically, it probably improves performance if you think about it, because it's decreasing the number of calculations. I would presume. I don't know for sure, but yeah, see, I just like how that looks, right? And we could do the same thing for the little battery meter and stuff, and just make things pop a little. Because why not? Why not, after all? Also, wouldn't it be kind of cool if the battery, instead of being like actual individual sprites, we just make it a little like meter. We should do that. Like just add a little progress bar onto the texture. Turn off the percentage. Right, so now if you do in here, so max value will be 1 for fully charged, and then you can increment the value like this. Obviously, we need to change the theming on this because it's a little stupid, but fill will just be a new flat. Background is it's gonna be black. Like that. There's gonna be no border. And then this is where we can dynamically change the color of it depending on the charge, right? And then we also just set this value depending on the charge also. So in battery, yeah, see, we don't have to do this garbage anymore. Now we basically just say whatever progress bar dot value is equal to power level. And then where does power level go? Is that like a multiple, or is it just going to go up to 100? I think it'll go up to 100. So we want to say power level divided by max power level. Now we don't have to do that garbage anymore. Yeah, see, we can still change the color. We'll jump into that just in a minute. Delete those frames. This doesn't really need to be an animated sprite anymore, so let's just convert this back into a regular one. Call this battery.png. All right. Because now what we can do on this progress bar is like this can glow independently of the texture, right? Which is going to be nice. So let's just go ahead and do unshaded. Like so. Should be fine as long as it doesn't exceed 9,000. Yeah. And then this is where we go into theme overrides, and I think we can probably set like colors or something in here. I'm sure there's a way to do it. I mean, I wonder if we can directly modify this resource. I don't know if that would work or not. But I could just say copy property path, and then in battery we just say right, BG color. I'd have to get like the full path. Right, like this, and then we say index BG color or whatever. I think. Actually, we do this, I think, and then we say slash background color. I don't know if that's going to work, but we'll try. Just for now, we're going to say, just as a test, color 1111. See if it works. If it crashes, it's okay. So we can just have that slowly mix between the three colors. So, like, no power will be red. Mid color will be green, and then top color will be, you know, blue. And we're gonna have to set all this up for the other battery too, which does have like 3 phases or whatever, so that's gonna be a little funny to do. Because we're gonna have to do 3 of these progress bars, but that's okay. We can just turn it into a function. We'll just have an array of all the progress bars to set the value. So, and then that can, like, we reference all the things up there. It won't be that bad. Okay, I can't see anything because it's no power. But if we put that in, oh, you can see it. It looks like it's working. This is white. Actually, no, it's not working because that looks like it's gray. But I like how that looks. And it's still pixel aligned and stuff, so it looks pretty good. It's just now we don't have to animate that, right? So I guess what we probably need to do is first get a reference to this, to our fill color, right? Like do that and then say dot BG color is equal to that. I'm gonna guess that's what we need to do. Yeah, because it was complaining down there and that it's dying. Let's see. Yeah, see, it's white now. So that works. So we can do that. We can just grab a reference to the progress bar and to our fill color, and then we can set the color. So what we're going to do is kind of mix it between 3 different colors. So we're going to say, I think you can just say like color dot mix or something. I know there's a way to mix colors. Let me look it up. Yeah, linear interpolation on the colors. Blend. That's overlaying. I want to do a... Is it just straight up lerp? Oh, it is. So I can actually just do this. We say var new color is going to be... right, color dot hex dot lerp, and that's to a new color. We'll just do this actually. We'll say power consumption. If power level divided here, let's just say this var whatever power scale is that. If power scale is less than 0.5, then we're gonna set our color, right? So var bar color is gonna be just color 1111. So if it's less than that, then the bar color is gonna be lerping between red, or red color. So let's go get the hex code for that. Boom. It's going to be 0xf. And then we're going to lerp to the other color, which will be our... Do we want to lerp to green? I don't know. Maybe we just lerp to yellow. I don't know. We can mess with what will look the best here. And this should work changing on the fly, so. And then we just set that value to whatever power scale is for the lerping. So it's an easy way to lerp between the two. Just like that. And then we say otherwise, move it up. So we're going to lerp from yellow, right, this one, to our bright blue color, which is like our maximum power. And then this color will now just be whatever bar color is. So let's try this out. This will be interesting to see if it works. It should just work now. It's red. You can see it getting toward yellow. Oh, and then it snaps, so we're gonna have to fix that. I wonder why it snapped so hard. Oh, I guess it's because it did power scale, so we need to say that times 2. And then this... Let's see. Times 2. but then divide it by, or subtract it by 0.5. I think that's what we want to do. So in both cases, we'll go from 0 to 1. It's an interesting thing I worked on last night. Feel free to check it out after stream if you want. I can explain the idea of the game. Yeah, sure. I would be down to. So it goes from red, and then it hits yellow in the center. And it still like turns a little green weirdly. I don't know what's up with that, so I'm gonna print out what these values are here. Print out what power scale is here, right? Did this run out of wood? Yeah. So it should be printing out. Oh, well, not until power scale is less than 0.5. There we go. Okay, that does seem like the right value, which is weird. So you can see it's 0. So it should be full red. And then once it gets to 50%, it goes to 1. Okay, but then why is this one not seemingly working, right? Because that should also go from 0 to 1. So it should go 0, and then, oh, see, it starts at 0.5, then it goes to 1.5. So we need to say -1 on this, and then we should be okay. Let's resave it. Wait for it to go down. Okay. So it goes to 1, then it still goes to 0.5. It's like it didn't save. Oh, I'm printing the new value. Okay. I think it's working. Let's see. It's just a way so that we can lerp between two different colors, right? Otherwise, it's going to just be kind of a weird in-between color of red and blue, which I guess will just be like a magenta color. But I like lerp in between 3. Yeah, there we go. Now you can see what it looks like. And I think I might have it lerp between green. I mean, yellow is fine, but I think green might look nice. So let's try green. Let's see what that looks like. Nice. Now, one thing I don't like is that the background is bright, but I think if we just set that to be transparent, then I don't think it'll have the background there. It'll just be the meter. Yeah, there we go. I like how that looks. I just like I like a little glowing. I think it's very nice. It'll make nighttime look way more cool, you know. So we're getting there. There's more particles I want to do that with. I would love to do that on the Tesla coil particles, just because that would look epic. So let's go do that really quick. And it's really easy to do. We just go to the Tesla coil, go to the particle emitter, and we add the unshaded particle on. And it's just a material, so material, boom. So now those are unshaded. We also add it to the V2. Unshaded, material, boom, guys. It's so easy, but it adds a lot. It adds a lot of ambiance to the nighttime. So now if we say times 0, they don't seem to be, oh, I had to restart the game, duh. Nose is itchy, yes. Whoa. I didn't look at it yet, Saiku, but I see that it's called a certain something. Do you want me to open it on stream, or would you prefer if I do it off stream? Let's take a look at this. So, yeah, you can see those are like glowing in the dark now, so when it's nighttime. I just like how that looks. It's pretty sick. Now, there's a lot of buildings that will glow. Still got to do the researcher, and the refiner won't because there's no fire. You just see smoke. But the foundry and furnace and oven all will. The shredder won't. The battery is set up. The burner will. I think that's most of the things. The reactor already has like a blue glow to it, so that one's fine. I'm just looking through here if there's any others that do it. I don't think so. Yeah, I think that's it. The purifier might. We'll have to take a look at that, but oh, and the electric furnace will, so we gotta do that one. Oh yeah, and the big battery, we gotta work on that. Okay, let's get the big battery working really quick. Ken, if you want, I don't mind. Looks so bad because I took the first images I found on Google. Nah, don't worry about it. Okay. I'm curious. I would love to try it out. So, let's do it out. Okay. Let's quickly get this working, though, for all the batteries. So, it's honestly really simple to do. I'm just going to create a new function in here that's going to be like process, right? Or just have it loop through. We don't need a function for it. Say export var progress bars. And this is going to be a type array of progress bars. So now in here, we're just going to say for I and progress bars, do all this stuff for each progress bar. Right. And instead of saying main sprite progress bar, we just say bar. So now we can run the same code on as many bars as we want. So, for example, inside of the larger battery, it'll be easy. See, we just assign that in there. Let's copy the same progress bar, and then we also need to make sure this is all local, right? Yeah. So copy that, go to big battery right here, and we're just going to paste it on. So we're going to change a couple things. This is going to be from bottom to top now, and I'm just going to reposition this just like so. See, now when I change value, you can see value 0. Doesn't seem to be doing what I'm expecting here. Top to bottom? Well, then that goes top to bottom. I want to go bottom to top. Oh, it does work. It's just a little weird, but we got it worked out. Okay. Then paste as sibling. Progress bar 2. I just duplicate it, yeah. And duplicate. 3 and if 4. Boom, easy. This one has 4 progress bars, so 1, 2, a 3, and a 4. Easy stuff, guys. So, hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. All right, so the battery should glow. Let's make a list of things that glow, just so that we can work on that, because it looks cool. So we got burner, furnace, electric furnace, the foundry. Let's just look through the game again and see. All right, let's open up fishing game. Here we go. Just loading. Yo. This is a main menu. Let's frickin' go. Yo, yo, yo. You hover over the fish and then it catches them. This is kind of awesome. Caught! I did it! Let's go. Yeah, it's epic. Oh, Starground opened. No way, this is Starground now? No, it's... Nice. Yeah, I should keep working on it. It would be fun, like, let me know if you're ever interested in it, just as a fun little side project working on a game together. We could make the fishing game together if you want. But yeah. Because it's fun. I think it'd be really cool, like, because the fishing game is fun, the one that we've been playing, Fishing Planet, but I kind of don't like how it's very paywalled, all the content. Like, to get a boat, you have to, you know, play for hours and hours and hours. It would be cool just to make a fun little fishing game that was like, he secretly made Starground inside your fishing game. That's crazy. But yeah. That would be really fun, though. I'm happy to help with multiplayer if you want to get that implemented. Because that would be fun. So, let me know. Yeah, I think it'd be fun. Because I'm in a fishing mood. I don't know why. But I'm feeling the fishing course through my veins, you know? It'd be fun. We can make it like a very gambling kind of game. I mean, you know, fishing is basically gambling if you think about it. You're casting the hook in over and over with the hopes, the slim chance that you catch a fish, right? So, you know, it kind of makes sense. We can make it a epic gambling game. Where's the big battery? Here we go. Oh, give copper wire. I accidentally gave myself a little too much. That's okay. Just want to make sure this is working and stuff, right? Time 0. Let's watch them fill up. It's going to take a long time for this one to fill up, but you can see it's working. I do love that glow. It's just cool. You know? The only downside to adding the glow in is that if you change the texture or something for the building, then you have to keep the position of the progress bars in mind. Yeah. Problem is I suck. Nah, don't worry about it, man. It's, you know, it's not like a super serious thing. Write down what my idea was in DMs, but I'm open to any ideas. Yeah, sure. Just, yeah, write it all down. We can come up with a cool idea. Multiplayer would be really fun, I think, so. Epic. Take a look at that battery, guys. All charged up. And it's glowing in the darkness. It does look really sick when it glows like that. I probably need to fix this issue where these show the low power thing if there's no consumption on the network. Because it doesn't really make any sense. Because satisfaction is 100%, so why is it showing, you know, that there's no power? I'm probably going to fix that. So let's just mark off all these ones like glow. And I'm just gonna put in here all the things that we're making glow. Battery, big, battery, boundary. Okay, so Tesla coils are done. Big and small battery. And then, yeah, what else? I think that's everything, but let's make sure. The lamps don't glow because they just are on or off. Electric furnace we got. I don't think the purifier really has much glowing stuff, but we can double check it. Yeah, I think that's basically everything. The burner. There's not like a whole lot. Oh yeah, the oven. I almost forgot about that one. Oh yeah, researcher. Researcher and oven. We got to do those ones. Researcher and oven. Hey, Mystical, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? So now the star launcher glows. All right, let's make sure that's in there. These. So batteries and their bars are smooth and also glow in the dark. Doing well, been busy with work. Yeah, I feel that. Me too. With Starground. It's a coil, lightning, glow in the dark. Yeah, I've just been working on bugs and stuff that sort of fixing up things from 0.13 that just came out, but it's going good. We're messing around with glowing stuff right now, if I can join the game before it's too late. So if it's nighttime, you can see like things will glow now, like the batteries, and then also the little lightning bits on the Tesla coil that glows in the dark now. I think it's just it's a nice little visual thing. I will also, next I'm going to make it so the furnaces also do the same thing. They like just so the fire gives off a little glow, because it makes nighttime look way cooler. I also did the same thing with the star launcher. So you can see that glows too now. So very minor stuff. It doesn't change anything. It's purely visual, but I think it's kind of cool. Also, we got an ad starting in just a minute here, so my apologies. But yeah, it just helps a little bit with like nighttime visibility. I mean, it makes sense of that stuff with glow, right? It's like a little LED indicator on the battery. Let's also see if we can fix this issue with the low power symbol when the satisfaction's 100%, because that's kind of annoying. Also, that's another bug, this, where it's saying it couldn't open a server because there's already a server open. That's something that we need to fix. Basically, I just need to check, is there a server open? If there is, fail and go back to the main menu instead of just crashing out. But before we do that, let's go to the power network. So this is where it handles all that stuff, right? So right here, this is where power generation is greater than 0. Then that's where we say set emitting for the coils. Right here, power low. See, this is what's confusing to me, because satisfaction should be 100. So let's go take a look at that. Yeah, it is quite a bit in the debugger, isn't it? Yeah, it's showing that it's 0. Let's close that. So, which is very odd, because the Tesla coil shows that it's 1, or 100% satisfaction. So we need to figure that out. So I think I just need to say, because if power generation is greater than 0, so if that's greater than 0, otherwise that means if it's not. So yeah, elif. So if that's greater than 0, so if power consumption is 0, power generation is greater than 0, then it's 1. Well, I guess we don't really want other, because then if it's saying that's less than 0 and that's less than 0, then it'll be 0, but that's not true. So just get rid of that else 0, and then that should fix the issue. So let's like reset the network, kind of do that. See, now it'll show satisfaction 100, because there's just no consumption or generation, so it doesn't make any sense. But now let's just go ahead and make sure that this is proper. So if I give myself some fuel, or let's see, I need to consume power. Here, I know a good way to consume power. Just place down a bunch of collectors and it'll start sucking that up. Like nobody's business. So now it should go ahead and show 0 power, yeah. Or low power. Because consumption is high. Let's just make sure that there's no issues here, right? Because power issues are bad. Consumption is high, which means that it'll do this regardless. So if we're consuming any power, it's going to do this. Otherwise, if power generation is greater than 0, well, we don't even need to say that. We'll just say else satisfaction is 1, right? Because if our consumption is 0, regardless of what our generation is, satisfaction will just be 1. That seems to make sense to me. Right? So like if we break these collectors now, so our consumption goes back down to 0. Yeah, now it's just going to show 100%. And now inside of our Tesla coil display, we can, or I think this is called power or something. We can fix that. I think I purposely set in there for it to show 1 or whatever when it's, but yeah. No, it just shows production and consumption. Value is going to be production. I guess if it's both at 0, it shows 100%. 0 out of 0. Does that make any sense? I guess it doesn't really matter. Well, whatever, it works. Also, I don't like how this has a point. Let's fix that issue. So I want to say, right, round I. Because SE is never going to be a fraction. Technically it can be, but it just doesn't make any sense to, unless it is, I think. But then I guess I don't have to say round I. Is there a way to round or like turn it into an integer if it is an integer, otherwise just don't? Or just display it as a frickin' int? Without a trailing 0? I don't know. I'll think about that later. Yeah, now it's just a 0. Where SE units in the Tesla coil displayed decimal, or add a decimal. Fix an issue where buildings would show low power when the work had 0 consumption. All right. See, so now if I like put some stuff in here, like if I give myself some wood, right, and I put that in here, boom, our consumption has gone up. So as soon as this battery runs out, it's going to complain, and then that should have the little red lightning symbol, yeah. So it is working, we're good. Cool. Just a minor thing I wanted to fix. So yeah, what else? I guess we can just add more glow to things, like the researcher. Did I put that down in there? Yeah. Let's do that. Appreciate you doing this in public. It's helpful. Yeah, no problem at all. I think it's honestly just a helpful thing for me. Because, like, streaming for me is a good way to, like, keep myself developing. I have, like, a responsibility to stream, right? So it's like a good way to like force myself to make progress. You know, I'll be honest, there's a lot of days where I just feel completely exhausted and don't want to stream, but it's really good for getting past that. because it's like I can't let everybody down, you know. And it's also just great for everyone else too. You're able to like kind of look at like how to fix bugs and like my process on stuff, which I think can be really helpful. Like for people that haven't really done a lot of programming or messed with the Godot very much, I think being able to see stuff like this firsthand is really valuable. So it's really just a win-win, right? I get the motivation and the discipline of having to make progress, and then you guys get the hopefully the insight on how to make games. So great game development comes great responsibility. That's true. Yeah, it's all about consistency, you know. That's really how you make progress. It's not just a case of like spending a night and, you know, programming your magnum opus. It's slow and long-term development. It's a game of endurance. It's not a sprint, unless it's a game jam. But for most normal games, it's just a lot of work. Just getting up every single day and making a little bit of progress, you know, even if it's something very minor, like just some bug fixes, it does help. Because all that time you're spending will eventually save you from having to do it at some point, right? You're gonna have to fix the bugs, so why not just do it now? There's no real, like, I mean, there kind of is like an order that you should do things in, but as long as you are making progress and checking things off your list, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to do the easy things first, right? Question, so I have multiplayer somewhat working. I'm having a problem with the synchronizer. Yeah, what issue are you running into? Let's see, unshaded, put that on there. So when this is active, right, normally it's idle. So the particles now are unshaded. However, the orb is not going to be unshaded. But I think it's fine. I think we just make the particles unshaded so it kind of has like a glow, and I think that's good enough. So let's test that out in game, see what we're working with. Okay. I have the properties that I want to sync, but it's saying that the node doesn't exist and can't sync the properties. Yeah, so one thing that can cause that is it depends on how you add the children into the game. Because basically the synchronizer nodes have to be used in conjunction with your spawner node. So let's say that you have a scene set up, just as an example. If you have it set up properly with the spawner node, then you have your server over on this side, ID of 1, and then your client over here, ID of whatever, random number. If you want to have a node and synchronize it with your client, you have to make sure it's in the spawner table. So you can't like say add child node over here and then add child over here, because these will not be able to sync data, and so it's going to say the node was unable to be found. So what you want to do most of the time is only run add child or create nodes on your server, because it'll automatically create a copy and like a linked reference to that for your client. And so that'll probably help fix a lot of your issues if you aren't doing that already. Also, another thing that isn't really like, it's a really easy thing to miss, but when you call add child on your server, you have to make sure that you're calling it as true. So like this, you say node and then say true. And what doing this does is it's basically saying keep the name as a readable name, so it doesn't do like the @ and then random numbers and stuff. You have to do that for multiplayer. If you don't do that, the nodes won't be able to find each other. They won't sync properly. So keep that in mind. I would try those two things, just make sure that's how it's kind of set up, especially with this little true thing, because if you don't do that, it won't work. And let me know how that goes. If you're already doing all that though, then I mean there are other reasons that it could be doing that. But yeah. Okay, let's test this researcher. Give processor 99. Let's just research something. Oh, I already did all the research. I can't really. Oh, I can just research one of these. So copper and rotor. Get rid of this crap. Okay. And then times 0. Oh, yeah. That'll work. I actually kind of like how it's like stars in the darkness. No, that looks cool. It's researchers, glow and dark. Okay, so now we just got to do all the burny things. Oven, foundry, furnace, electric furnace, and burner. We also do have the purifier, which I don't know what particles that emits. I can't remember, honestly. Okay, that does... It emits like little lightning particles. So we can also do that. Because why not? Purifier. Oopsies. So the purifier glows in the dark. Alright. So then all the burny bits. Now that one's hard because it's not just a particle or something, right? Or like a little meter. These are baked into the sprite. So it's kind of a hassle to change. One thing we could do is swap it over to be a particle instead of being like actually drawn by hand for the little animation. Which we could do. But I'm probably not going to quite get the effect I want because it's going to look like it's sort of just pasted on top instead of like actually being inside of the furnace. But I don't know. I wouldn't completely mind that. It's hard to say. I don't know. Because the smoke we don't have to worry about. That'll just do whatever. And then having the fire as a particle, it would... I don't know what that would really look like. We'd have to see. But the problem is we don't really get like the nice glow in there and stuff, which is sort of my, you know, my issue. I mean, we can just export these two things separately. It is kind of annoying because we'd have to create another sprite that goes on top of the furnace and it acts as like the glow layer. Something that like Minecraft has, for example, with all its different sprites where it has a like a separate texture that's pasted on top with like a glowing, like an emission texture basically. So we could do that with the furnace. It's a little annoying to do, but there's only a couple buildings that actually do that and it's not that big of a deal, so we can probably do it. Unless we just want to make it a solid color and then we do fire particles on top of that so I still get the glow, but I get like the nice like effect of the fire particles. I mean, that's one option too. I don't know, it's hard to say. But something like the foundry will definitely need right, because the foundry has like the lava on top, so that's gonna need like an emission texture for sure. Because it doesn't really do like you know, particles there. That just won't work. Unless we do some weirdness. I mean, we could make some particles that look pretty cool, like bubbles, but yeah, it's just, yeah. We can probably just do an emission texture, or just do both. I don't know, we'll see. I don't want to spend too much time on this. This isn't really gonna be like a huge thing, but It would just look kind of cool. So let's go grab the furnace texture, wherever the heck it is. Sort by name. Find furnace. Flags, foundry, furnace animated, foundry smelting. So here's two of them. We got the furnace and then we got the foundry. Which these still uses the old orange colors, which is interesting. Because I've swapped mostly everything over to the new ones. I think I accept them over. But I've even swapped the player over, so maybe I should just bite the bullet and do it. It would look a little more vibrant. The yellow is almost the same. It's actually a little darker. So we just do something like this. Which I think looks fine. It's a pretty tiny difference, honestly. Would also love to kind of revise the foundry sprite, because it does feel a little, I don't know, a little outdated. I think it could use some love. So maybe we'll work on that right now. The furnace is kind of okay, because I feel like it's a classic, you know? But the foundry seems a little plain. Like the furnace kind of has like the brick texture, you know, but the foundry is just like flat metal. Too matte. So maybe we'll work on that. But we got to figure out how to separate out all these textures. So I think what I'm going to do is just copy this, right, like this, and then just boom, cut it. Paste it out as a separate texture. Like this, and then just call this one, whatever. Actually, before I do that though, in case I change the shape of the smelter, let's edit the smelter first before I change all those. Then this should just be this color. See, what's the difference between these two colors here? Okay, that should be that color. Yeah, see, there's just some weird decisions on this sprite that I would like to fix. Also, like, what's up with this, right? This should be like that. We can maybe do like, I don't know, something there. This really should just be black. It should honestly be black all over here, probably. I think that's how it looks normally when it's off. And like, this doesn't really make sense to be outlined. I never outline anything. I think I just need to brighten up this side of the pipe, you know? Like, same with this over here. Like, I should just do that. Actually make the pipe look kind of metallic, you know? And it's fine to use that black color as sort of like a shadow color, but... And it doesn't make sense that this is also the same way, right? Just do something like that. I already like how that looks. It just looks way more metallic. And then now, also, this is like backwards, I feel like. It always kind of irked me a little bit. But this should be like this. To actually look like it's going down or whatever. So that this is like sort of the rounded bit here. And then if we want to give this some like dimensionality, we can do something like this to make it look like, you know, it's got like lines going across. So we're on our way. This has always looked a little odd to me. It doesn't look round. Let's fix this. No, I don't like how that looks, so we're just gonna do maybe just that. Nope, but maybe that. I'm okay with that. Let's make this pipe a little more curvy, you know? And I think it's like too tall. Right? I don't think it should be this tall. At least just bring it up like a pixel, I think. Maybe make that dark. Bring this across. And like this, I don't know, maybe this should just extend up into the pipe like that. We'll figure it out. See, and like, this should also be the same, where it's like, because we have the lighting coming over from the top right. So it should be darker here. Right, like almost something sort of like that. Maybe I even add like a little, whatever you call it, a bounce light. I don't know. Just sort of experimenting with lighting on this. We'll find what we want eventually. And we can also look at what other pipes we've done in the game, because I've done like a bunch of other ones that I'm way happier with. Like for the nuclear reactor, I did a bunch of pipes. Right. And we even have a pipe that's basically identical if we look at the turbine. Where it kind of goes up like that, and you can see what I did for that one. I kept it a little more simple. I just did dark, medium, and then bright on top. Which we could totally do in the Foundry, I think. So just get rid of this color here. Which kind of makes sense, I feel like. And then this color will just be there like that. And then everything up here will be this brighter color. Otherwise, we just keep it at this color, I think. Let's see. Keep that pretty dark. And I don't really like this little bounce light back under here, so I can just get rid of that. I do like, this is looking definitely a lot more like a pipe. I just think it needs a little more adjusting. Right, maybe this could use a little more length. That should be rounded. I still think this pipe is like too tall. It's always weird with this perspective, because you've got to kind of like, I don't know, because like, we're looking at the top and side of this pipe at the same time, right? So it's a little weird to get it to look right. But something like this is probably about right. And then a big change that I want to make to this whole sprite is just doing some shadowing stuff. Because I didn't really do any of that. And this is just drawn before time, before I started doing that in a lot of these sprites, but I liked how it looks, so I think we should do that more. I also think the base down here is probably a little too simple. I would love to give this like either a rim on the top or something. I think a little bit of a top rim could look cool. So to do that, I'll just indent this, right? Just indent it right there. Just like that. And that's like a little, our little lava pool thing up there. Maybe we even give this a little bit of a thing down here. Okay. I'm liking how this is looking more, I think, than what it used to be. It's more how I envisioned it, I feel like, initially. This is where we can do, like, shadows and stuff, right? So, like, up on top here, this would all be cast in a big shadow. Same with this thing. Let's see, this shadow would, like, continue to increase in size, I think. Fill this all in with a shadow. So you kind of get the vibe. I mean, although it does make sense to have a shadow on the left over there, I don't like how it looks. So I'm actually just gonna modify the shadow. It's honestly fine to make shadows unrealistic, just to make it look better. Sometimes you've gotta. Right? And I always felt like this was a weird thing here. I think this should just be turned into 2. Or maybe we go horizontal with it. Kind of like that instead. Probably. Make that rounded. Then I may need the in-between color here. Maybe we even give it a little tiny pipe right here. It's just like a little exhaust pipe kind of thing. Because it would just kind of make sense, I feel like. And probably make it a little thinner. Let's see. All right, we're getting there. I just wanted to spend a little bit of time to do this. I don't want to completely change this sprite, but I think just a little tweaking would be nice. Because this is a really big building, so I feel like it makes sense to add more detail. Just so it kind of fits in with the detail of all the other ones, too. So yeah. Maybe give that like a little bit of a chimney thing. Or not. You could just give it a little indent, I guess. Maybe we just do this. Just makes it look like it's got a little ridge down there. All right. I'm feeling pretty happy with where this is at now. Um... No, I don't really like that there. And would this cast a bit of a shadow over here? Probably. And that should honestly just all be in darkness in here, because it's too dark. Alright. Could do like that there. Maybe. I also do like to do like a little concrete base thing down here. Although there's not really a whole lot of space to do it here, though. But I think it just helps make it look more connected into the ground. Right, and then also just do that on it. Probably something like that. Alright, new and improved foundry. So what does it look like compared to the old one? I don't even remember. Of a foundry. So this is the old foundry. Let's put them next to each other. Not necessarily a new foundry, I just wanted to resprite the old one, because it always felt like the foundry was like a little, like not detailed enough for how big it was. Like if you look in game, like if we just take a look at some buildings. Right, the foundry is a big building, but it just looks very, like a little too simple when you compare it to other things like this. Like the crafter's got a lot of little bits and stuff, and the furnace, regular one, kind of has like its brick texture and stuff, so like it works. Really, if you look at any of these buildings, I feel like they all have enough detail, but the foundry to me has always just felt a little plain. So I'm more happy with where it's at now, I think. Because the burner's kind of got the, like, the brick pattern like that, and I like where the burner's at. Though they are a little similar. Maybe one day I'll also resprite the burner, we'll see. It is kind of hard to tell the burner apart from the furnace. Alright. I think I'm good with where that's at. You always run the risk of making it look too high-tech when you resprite like this, right? Where it looks like, oh, this one's an upgrade to this one, but I think it's probably okay. I definitely like the pipe shape better. The old one always felt more like a duct than like a pipe, if that makes sense. It was too, like, square. But this new one is good. I didn't yet, and the reason why I haven't done that is because I'm going to change how the active sprite works on the foundry. That's one of the reasons why I just made this change. Because I want to make the fire glow in the dark like we're doing with the other buildings. So I'm going to probably keep the fire sprite as a separate sprite from the base one. Right? So I'm going to have to redraw this bit, which isn't a big deal. Oops. Let's just kind of stretch this out or whatever. Like do that and then... I don't like how that looks though. Guess we can have a little bit of orange peeking up. Yeah, so like that, and then we're gonna fix it for all these ones. I guess I'll just copy this one over and paste it on top like that. Alrighty. And just go through her and kind of randomize, right? Let's just do the bottom ones first so it's easy. Maybe we have like a really chill one. And this one's a little more chill, I guess. Oh, I forgot to do it on this one also. This one will be raging. Thank you for the speen. Oops, did I just draw a random pixel? No, I'm good. It's flaming up. All right. So that will replace the old fire stuff. What do you guys think about the resprite? What are your thoughts? I think it looks a little bit better. The old one was very, I don't know how to describe it. Flat. But I want to know what you guys think. Actually, one thing I think I would change in here. Anti-alias those a little bit. It's a little more modern. Yeah. I could see that. I think one thing that I might change is this, actually, because it kind of looks like an antenna. I think it's giving me, like, Forager vibes. I think I like that a little better. We don't really need another little shape here, unless we just do like a... No, it doesn't need it. I think that's going to be better. It's always weird, like, initially, but I think once we have it in game and stuff and compare it to everything else, I think it'll look, probably a lot better. Because also we've got sort of like a theming with a lot of these furnace-like buildings with this little, like, top part, and I think it just fits better with everything now. Still definitely got the same vibe as the old one, but just refreshed a little bit. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. So here's what we're going to do then, is we're just going to delete this old one. And, right, we're going to copy this as the new base. So, foundry. I'm just going to call this one a foundry. Which means we're going to be replacing the old one. That's okay. So here, if I save that, we can actually go ahead and preview what it looks like in game now. Because it does the live updating thing in Godot. Well, maybe it only does that when it's embedded, probably. Which, I don't know why embedding is disabled. Oh. I just closed the overlay, guys, sorry. But it is disabled. Or is that a strong urge to play Forager but wait until sale? Yeah, that's fair. Forager is a fun game. I've got no gripes with Forager. It's just, well, I mean, I guess I have gripes. I just wish, oh shoot. Let's undo that. Did I just lose the fire? Can't seem to undo that one anymore. Oh no, I didn't. We're good. So I am just going to copy this fire as a separate texture and call this one boundary fire. All right, let's take a look at what it looks like now when compared to everything else. I like it, I think. I feel like it fits the vibe a little better. The oven and stuff, yeah. One of these days, I'll probably slowly work back through and revise all these old sprites, right? Because I think I would like to. And also, when you think about what the Foundry is, it's kind of like a more advanced machine anyways. It's like an alloyer. It merges things. It's not just a simple little furnace. So I think it's kind of okay if it does look a little more high-tech. I mean, when you look at all these other buildings in the game, Starground definitely has a kind of futuristic theming, right? It makes sense, especially like the researcher. That thing looks looking pretty crazy, you know. So I think it's okay. I don't think it's really a bad thing. Okay. So let's get working on the effects and all that. So we have main sprite, which we're just going to change into a regular sprite. So we're going to have to change a bunch of things in here. First off, load the new thing in. Now our multiplayer synchronizer, okay, is crafting is synced, so that's good. So we're just going to check is crafting. So we're setting main sprite.speed scale here. The issue is that this doesn't have that anymore, does it? That's probably going to cause a crash. But these really shouldn't rely on this being an animated sprite. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I'm just gonna say if main sprite is animated sprite 2D, then we set it to be that. Because if we ever have a building then that doesn't have an animated sprite, it's gonna freak out. Let's check all this stuff. I mean, we really should replace all these references to main sprite with our static one, main sprite, like that. Unless I have an idea for what we can do. I have a wacky idea, guys. I think I might just be able to pull it off. Now hear me out. We change this back into an animated sprite. Okay. We give this new sprite frames. Which I kind of actually wish I didn't delete the other one. Here, we can just undo it. Right? And then here's what we do. We replace that with sprites. Get the Foundry flame. Foundry fire. And that's 6 frames. So that still gets animated like normal. but then we add a child sprite, which is actually our foundry. And then we say invisibility, show behind parent, check it. Now we can play our crafting animation. And then idle will just be empty. It'll be no sprite. So when we're crafting, it looks like this. Catch my drift? Then we can still animate everything and it'll be all wondrous. And then we can go ahead and do, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Say unshaded on the main sprite. And then I think on this we have to make sure we're not inheriting or whatever. Okay, it's off, so we're good. So now this should glow and everything should be epic. So let's go load up the game and make sure. And I think we're gaming. So the foundry glows in the dark. All right. It's great because it shouldn't affect anything. Because basically it's just treating it like, oh, it's just the same sprite. It's still an animated sprite. It's the exact same thing that it always has been. I probably will go ahead and set in here. I know I reference main sprite dot animation or speed or something. Speed scale right here. I'm gonna say if is an animated sprite 2D. I just got to make sure on that because I do want this to be able to work with a static sprite if we want to. Because why would we make that an unnecessary limitation, right? All right. So now let us place down our foundry. Check it out. Looks like normal. You can't even tell the difference. But then if we start crafting something, so give iron ingot 99. So we put our stuff in. Boom, check it out. Now if we say time 0, so it's nighttime, take a look at that, guys. It's glowing. I think that looks epic, right? It's like dark evil fire. And something I want to do is probably change this fire texture to be like this. Yeah. I just really like the effect this gives off. I know it seems stupid that I'm like running through everything to make that all glow now, but it really, like, once you see a full factory at nighttime all lit up and glowing, it just... Because they did that with Factorio. For a long time in Factorio, like, stuff wouldn't glow at nighttime. Like, it would give off kind of like a little bit of a light, but it wasn't like glowing in the darkness. But once they added that, I was like, oh man, this actually looks super sick. And so I kind of want to replicate that. Because I think it just, like, it makes these things look alive, you know? Like they're moving and I don't know. Just looks cool, you know? I'll have to explain myself. I think you guys agree. We could maybe even modify this like unshaded thing. I don't know how we would do that. Maybe there's a way to control specifically the like percentage of how much it glows or how unshaded it is. I'll have to look into some shaders and see if that's something we can add on. Because it would be really cool if I could say like, I want this to glow, but only 50%, right? So I don't know. It's definitely something we might be able to do, so. So now we just copy out the fire, right? And boom, furnace. So now we just call this furnace fire. Save it. Boom, bada bing, bada boom, bada bing. I guess we could just make the top fire have alpha transparency. That actually makes complete sense. Yeah. Why wouldn't I do that? Okay, I figured out my issue, guys. Don't worry. So now we do the exact same thing here. We change this into a regular sprite 2D. We grab a furnace, just the empty off one, right? Now I don't know what's up with the positioning on this. I think it's because it's right, I did like some funky position stuff with this one. Minus 19, and then I think I said offset 19. Like that. And then idle, delete that frame, smelting, import the new one. Furnace, wherever you are. Furnace fire. And having these as separate textures is good because if somebody does want to make a texture pack and change how the furnace is sort of laid out, then they can do that, right? Which I think is pretty important. Could you also, oh yeah, what's up, Desrazor? Add a bloom. I wish that I could do it easier, but Godot does have a 2D HDR mode, but it screws up alpha transparency really bad. I've tried to mess with it before, but it like makes all the like your UI and stuff, like the alpha's weird. I don't know like what it's doing to the alpha. It's frustrating because you can do some really cool effects with it. You can make things glow and stuff, but it doesn't really work out, unfortunately. Which is too bad. I've wanted to do it, but I don't know. Hopefully at some point Godot will kind of revisit the HDR stuff with 2D and make it not stupid. Because I would love to use it. It's just a little janky. Do it in a sprite. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. You could hard bake it into the animation too. You could just like, yeah, duplicate the layer and blur it. Like I could literally do that right now. I could just go boom, effects, blur, and then we got like a little bit of a glow, right? So that is one option. I just, I don't know, because it does kind of like make things a little smudgy, right? Maybe we put black against that. I mean, it's not bad. I'll have to think about it, though. I still don't know if that's, like, the direction I'd want to go with this stuff. I mean, we could do this, right, and copy it out and cut out the part of the blur like that. And that would probably be fine. So I don't know. I'll have to think about it. I mean, we could save that and see what it looks like in game. See if we like the glow. And this should update in here in a second. There it goes. I don't entirely mind the glow. We have to see what it looks like at nighttime because that's where you can actually like really see things. So let's load up and check it out again. All right, let's take a look at this during the nighttime. So all the things should look okay. I don't know why that is. Idle should be nothing. So I'm not really sure what happened here. I don't know why it's on. It's a little weird. And why it's just like stuck like that? What's going on here? Idle is nothing. How is that there? Because we're playing idle. Oh, is it like you can't play an animation that doesn't have any frames? I don't know. I don't know how this is possible. Do you guys know what's going on here? Because it didn't do that with the foundry. I wonder what's going on. Right? What's going on here? So I realize I fricked up on the foundry. Oh, that's the old one. Just don't even save that one anymore. There's one spot in the foundry here that's, yeah, this one. What is going on with the furnace? I feel like I'm definitely doing something wrong. I just have is smelting syncing. This isn't a recipe building, so it's just gonna be main sprite.play smelting. And then I say otherwise, if it's not idle, then play idle. Really weird. I'm also gonna replace, you know, this reference to main sprite with our static one. It's not static, but you get the idea. The one that we set once, so we don't have to constantly get it. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on here, man. This is, quite puzzling. I don't know. Here, slowed back into it. This vexes me, yeah. It does. It's a little confusing. Okay, it's off now. If we put stone in it, okay, it's fine. I don't know what was happening, but whatever, we got it worked out. Also, I forgot to add the glow material, so let's do that, man. Is there a way we can control how unshaded it is? Control unshaded amount. I guess we can just set like the. See, how would I know what the light level is? I guess. Is that just a variable? Let's see. I don't think it is, but if we went to like void vertex. I don't think there's like a light variable. There's at light pass, but I have no idea what that even means. I think that's like an enum or something. Yeah, I don't know how I would do that. Like light, render, shading or something. No idea. Well, I'll look into that more, but it's okay for now. Hopefully I can figure that out though. Because I would love to be able to just be like, I want this to be affected 10% by the light level, right? By the lighting system. So. Okay, let's see what this looks like now. Oh, yeah. See, look how epic that looks, dude. It just looks awesome, doesn't it? It adds so much more ambiance to the environment. I do like the glow with the flames, so I think I'm going to do that. The only issue I could see with that is for flames that are like right on the edge of the sprite. But I don't think we have that here, so I think we're okay. Let's just repeat the Gaussian blur. But I like the look of it when we cut out the blur from the main flame like that. Because I think that kind of solves the issue that I typically have with like a blur thing like that. So just kind of like that. I guess we don't even need to cut it. We could just put it underneath the other one, but whatever. What's done is done. And then let's just check, like, give myself some coal again. Also, our furnace is still going. I don't know what's wrong. So it should have said in here, if it's not idle, then main sprite dot play idle. So I'm starting to think that the issue is when there's no frames, you can't play the animation. And I don't think I can just like add... I can go get like an empty sprite or something. Of just like a, just make like a 2x2. It's just an empty sprite. Just call it empty frame. And we'll see if that fixes the issue. Just so that like it does play. Where is it? B, C, D, E. A, B, C, D, E. Empty frame. So now in here it does have a frame, so we can like play it, I think. Although I don't know why it goes to here when I click play. That's kind of weird. I don't know what's happening with any of this, actually. When I click play, it does the same thing here. But at least when I click on it now, it like shows that it's a little transparent pixel. So I think that's going to be the play here. But I do need to relaunch the editor or something. So back to the foundry, let's also fix that then. So crafting is fine, but then here, let's give it a little empty frame. Just so it actually does play, because, yeah, otherwise I think what was happening is it just wasn't doing anything. So things would, like, stay on, and it would be all weird. Alright. Let's reload the project. Made it so the furnace glows in the dark. Seen the latest zombie patch? Yeah, I didn't take a look at that yet. Still no multiplayer, huh? One of these days, we're gonna see that added multiplayer, and we're gonna rejoice. I can't wait, guys. 42.8. It's getting up there. One of these days, ragdoll physics. Let's go. Just a whole bunch of things. Oh yeah, this is a pretty beefy one. A lot of crafting stuff, balance, foraging UI, fixes. Whole lot of fixes, dude. That's a lot of fixes. Soon. It does, but they, in the most recent update, they like dropped it for the unstable branch. So we're just kind of waiting for it to get multiplayer again. Because it doesn't right now, and it's very sad. these 2 pixels. Makes the pipe look stupid and flat. Okay. The third coming. What was the second? Alright, we finished the foundry, the furnace. Now we gotta do the burner, electric furnace, and the oven. Never ends, does it? Burner. I hardly... oh. I hardly know her. Okay. So let's go open up the burner. Ye old burner. Be a burner. This sprite is something, I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, the sprite's fine. I don't think I really need to change the burner. I think it's fine where it's at. It can be a little bit difficult to distinguish from the furnace at just a quick glance, just because it's the same color and stuff. We could make it like a coppery color, which would actually look kind of sick. Or at least just give it some copper accents since you do craft it with copper. Like maybe we just make this little panel over here like coppery. I mean, what do we think about that? I'm not really opposed to it. I think it is kind of nice. It just like, it helps like, I don't know, distinguish it from the furnace. What do you guys think? The second was true wisdom. Crazy. Last big update was in 2021. And for New Year's, they made an experimental patch. Yeah. But I guess if it has copper, then I feel like it needs some, like, some bolts. Right. I feel like the copper look is fine. I do like the vibe it gives off. And it helps like, I don't know, in my eyes it looks more like it's obviously like a power building, right? Instead of that like confusion of being like, is this this looks a lot like a furnace. And I think I'm gonna simplify some of this, some of these textures in here because they're a little crazy. Like all this stuff in here, it's just like sort of a mess, right? Like this really should just be like probably one color back in here. Or just like a couple, but not as many as there is now. And I think this one would be like, maybe leave a little bit of brightness in there. Let's see here. Let's just keep this one dark, honestly. Keep it as a shadow. And then figure out what is going on over here. I mean, honestly, at this point, why not just keep it like... Let's see here. Don't really like that. We could just scooch this over like that. Maybe. And then we just kind of like... I wouldn't really mind that so much. I do like that better. It just, I don't know, looks a little cleaner. Then we can add these little things back in. Not a very big change, but it just helps a little bit, I feel like. I also wonder what this would look like instead of just this thin little rim, having like a... maybe it's like brick. I don't know what we think about that. Like a bunch of little bricks. But does the regular furnace have that? I can't remember. I don't think any of them have that. I don't know what it would look like, but we could try it. Let's save that one as a backup. Let's try to do some bricks. Right, so we do like, right, it'd be like this kind of pattern. Whatever they call that pattern. It's not absolutely terrible, but I don't know how I feel about it. Then this would be extended up. So it'd be kind of like this. Let's see, what do we think? Doesn't really look like brick, I don't like it. Okay. I think we just do this. Maybe modify a little bit. Right, maybe throw on that there. And maybe... Hear me out, this might be insane. Right, hear me out, guys. I know this might be outlandish. I don't really mind it. I don't really mind it. Just that little, like, top cap. Kind of like how all these have now. Like, that one has it. Then this one would have it. So would the regular furnace. The oven also has it. What about the electric furnace? It does. They all have caps, you know? So it would help maybe just with the theming of, like, that's like a thing with smelting buildings. So, I don't really mind it. If I did a darker color along there. It looks stupid. I could, like, do that. No, I don't like that. Actually, it does kind of look like a shadow, though. I don't actually mind that. Interesting. I thought it was going to be stupid, but then I looked at it and I'm like, wait a minute. It's like a little shadow right there. Okay. I'm okay with this. I like utilizing the parts that go into it. Like the furnace kind of makes sense, like it's got like the plastic bits or whatever. But I like how, like, the recipe for the burner uses copper. And I like just making it more easily distinguishable from the regular furnace and the foundry. Because obviously it's not that similar to the furnace, but, you know, I think there was always a little bit of me inside that was like, this is basically just the furnace, but like a little different. So this is the old burner. This is the new burner. It's not a huge change, but I do think it just helps that little bit, you know? I can't build in the server. Joke incoming. There isn't any mountains. That's supposed to be a joke. I don't get it. Sorry, I probably sound evil and mean, but it's not a very funny joke. No, I'm joking. It's a funny joke. It's a funny joke. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please don't hurt me. Is it like a joke because like I have my mountain that I built? I don't know. I don't get it. All right, this will be the new burner. I've decided. It's official. Now, we also have the burner that's like on, right? We do have a burner active sprite, right? Yeah, burner smelting. So that is going away forever. Not forever, I'm joking. We're just gonna modify. Modify and Spotify. You know what I'm putting down, guys? You modify and you Spotify, okay? Capiche? So why does that look like it's on the bottom? I don't think it's supposed to be. I think it just cut out. Yeah, this isn't the right size. There we go. Like just all the other big boys just official like that. I am Big Boy Games official, and I'll do what I want when I want. That's. I don't think anybody would ever contest me. Ew! I hate this new burner sprite. Who decided that was a good idea? Man, this new burner sprite is atrocious. Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to do that voice. I forgot. You got angry last time I did it. Is that EX like Maxwell Hawaiian shirt EXP? It's not really a voice of anyone in particular. It's just like a... what voice would that even be? I don't even really know. It's just kind of like a... yeah. You know, it's my brother's voice. That's what it is. He always talks like that. He's all like, yeah, okay, man. Don't let him take your light. Keep doing you, broski. Yeah, Sonic, basically. It is Sonic. Sonic's the name. Speed's my game. No, it's okay. I'll just replace it. All right, I can just go. Bop, bop. Is that all the references? Okay. Okay. All right, we're getting there, guys. We've almost got all of them done. You did the burner. We just got to do oven and electric furnace. So I'm going to mention that I changed the sprite. Change the sprite for the burner. It's so the burner glows in the dark. So let's go open up the old electric furnace. Both of them. Both of them. So that's when it's off, and then when it's on. Oh, I even did like some fancy like glow business. Why'd I have to be all cool? Well, it's okay. I'll just grab the colors that matter. Because we're going to make it glow anyways, so I'll just grab those ones. Grab these guys. And good to go, brochachos. Don't let them take your light, man. Sorry, it's just something Gumbo would say, you know? Don't let them take your light. It's me, Gumbo Supreme. Alright, now we're going to save this as electric furnace fire. I think electric furnaces would flame with fire. Electric furnace. It's in the game. It is in the game. It's not even lying. Then idle. Get rid of it. Put empty frame instead. Okay. Now load the good old electric furnace, but off. And then say, show behind parent. Check it out, guys. We're gaming. So electric furnace is donezo. Pop. Now we just have the oven, and then we're free to go. And maybe if we have time, we'll take a quick look at the UVs. I miss Gumbo. Too bad he's no longer with us. I know after that boating accident. Totally. Yeah, it was a very tragic day. So sad. He just wouldn't slow down. We're all yelling at him, stop! He didn't care. And you know what? At least he died doing what he loved. It's probably a lot more than any of us can say for ourselves, you know? It's not real, by the way, guys. This is in case you're... It's not real. Gotta put that out there. In case the government's listening and is like... thinks it's real. The tragic fishing incident is starting to make the game. How would you even die in a fishing incident? Like, what would have to go so wrong that you die? Right? That would be a wild fishing trip, I gotta say. You are the fish. Yeah. That would make sense. I mean, that's one way to go. Keep messing up. So the electric furnace glows in the dark. Made it so the oven glows in the dark. Alright guys, let's take a look at this. I would also love to load up like a full-on factory just to browse, you know? Sure, fishing death's got to be in the top 250 causes. That would be insane. Well, yeah, I mean, if you include like boat collisions and stuff, like everything that could potentially happen while you're fishing. But then, like, do you include the deaths that are like a heart attack at sea and stuff like that? Sharks, yeah. I don't know. That's where it gets a little iffy. Drowning, yeah. I feel like, I don't know, I guess a lot of people can't swim. That's insane if you couldn't swim. I'm glad I can swim. Going back to the classic, ABBA 3. ABBA 3, however you pronounce it. I don't really care. Alright, take a gander, guys, at my freaking factory. So let's clear out some items so that we can... I do need to clear all... I do need a faster way to drop items, too. Here, let's just do this. Break it. And then buy it. Give steel 10. Oh, commands are not enabled. Crazy, I did all this without commands, guys. Give steel 99. Give... What was the other one? Oh, stone brick. Stone brick 99. Why can't I build it? Oh, there's a frickin'... Oh. I want to see the furnaces go. There's just too much stuff. God dang it, these resources are making me angry. That's okay. Oh yeah. We're schmoving now. Let's just break this one so that this one goes. There we go, okay. Time 0. Oh, I have lamps. No. Wasn't supposed to happen this way. Oh yeah. No, that does look pretty sick, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, take a look at that, guys. That's pretty cool. Nighttime just got an upgrade. They do look pretty evil. And then if I also pick up all the steel off of here and stuff, right? Oh, yeah. Cool. It's a minor effect, but you know what? I think it looks kind of sick. And also it's a good excuse to kind of go back and fix up some of the old sprites that I thought needed it anyways. So, yeah, I'd say it was a success. Let's make some frickin' candy canes, dude. Gotta give myself water. Give myself sugar. Then time 0. Oh, I ran out of time. Got no time, I got no time to live, got no time to live, and I can take a... Okay. Oh yeah. Now the oven glows too. Not bad. Not bad, guys. Yeah, and it's basically like got 0 performance impact, because it's just a sprite. And it's actually, I mean, I can't measure it, but theoretically, I would think that making things unshaded would actually improve performance. Obviously, it would be basically negligible, because it's just on the GPU. So it's it's practically, for all intents and purposes, 0. But, you know, maybe 0.01 milliseconds are saved. Who knows? In my book, I just count that as being neutral. But yeah. Awesome. I'm so glad I did all the screenshots before I made the beautiful changes to my buildings. No, it's okay. Now, with screenshots and stuff, you're never gonna... Like... It'll never be the right time. You know, you just gotta do it. Thank you for the speed. Sorry, let me see this. No, not heart attack unless it's caused by the fish or falling in and having a heart attack while fishing. Number of deaths in the global fishing industry is estimated to be well over 100,000 per year. Well, yeah, that's the fishing industry, right? So that's like all the stuff, right? That includes like pirates, right? I don't know, does it? But I'm just thinking like hobby fishing. Like you went out on a fishing trip with the boys. You know? So. Yep, for hobby fishing, like a little lake dying is crazy, yeah. Fishing in a pool. People probably die in pools more than they die in lakes. Because, like, children jump into pools and stuff and then drown. How many people die in pools? Average of 3,500 to 4,000 per year. How many people die in lakes per year? 3,500 to 4,000. Oh, drowning statistics. 21% were in pools, 25% in lakes, 27% in rivers, and only 10% in the oceans. So, guys, oceans are the most safe body of water. That's not true. But it's just statistically. And it's just because people don't... There's not that many people going to oceans. That's why. It's just skewed. All of these are probably skewed. Like, pools are probably less just because not everybody has pools. It just makes sense. And lakes are probably... Lakes and rivers just because there's the most lakes and rivers. This is the issue with statistics, guys. Per 100K, yeah. Okay, that's just the... There's a lot of people drown in Colorado. I guess we do have the Poudre River. It's pretty dangerous. I don't know. I'm not seeing the stat. I'm not going to spend a bunch of time looking for stats right now. But yeah. What is this? Oh yeah, the time command. We don't need that anymore. Permanent new text is never used. Okay, underscore. Integer division. No! I don't care. Delta is used in process. Yeah, let's do that. Starground, what's that? Came here for drowning talk. Came here for fishing. Hold on, guys. I gotta fish for a minute. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Please let me fish, please. All I desire is fish. Shoot. Come on. Oh, come on. No, I can't lose. I can't lose now. Yes, guys. Yes! Let's go! I love fishing games, guys. I also just love fishing in real life. I need to go fishing. I haven't been fishing in a long time. I mean, ice fishing, I've been like a couple years ago, but you know what? I don't really like ice fishing as much. I like regular fishing where I actually get to cast the rod out. They keep turning all my like lakes near me though to private property or whatever. Like they're closing them because there's too much trash, which really sucks. So it's hard to go fishing around where I'm at. But you can always go up to the mountains and fish. Talk about fishing game after stream. I should be free after stream. I don't think I got anything going on. I was supposed to watch Ghostbusters with you know, sees rights, but I don't know, the scheduling's been really difficult. So how do you close a lake? Well, it's all like fenced in and stuff, so you just like you close it down, like you close the gates, and then there's a big sign that's like you cannot go in here anymore, you know. So yeah. I mean, technically it wouldn't, you could get in, but you'd get a fine or something, you know, it's illegal. Look at all this code, guys. Too much code, guys. Do you think Starground recently with these updates has gotten more code or less code? I wonder, like, if the player script has shrunk. I don't know. I guess I could always look back at the GitHub pushes. You guys did that if I left the call? No, we never ended up doing it because Season said he was, like, too tired or whatever, so I'm like, alright, that's all good. We'll just do it tomorrow. And then, like, I ended up having to, like, I was out way later than I thought I would be. So, that sucked. I don't know, it's just so hard to schedule stuff. Scheduling's freaking hard, man. Alright, well, we got the glowing. I did want to work on the UVs, but we just hit 4 hours, so I don't know if I will. And player UVs suck, dude. Player UVs freaking suck, dude. I hate working on UVs because this is what I have to work on. It's black, it's void. I can't see anything. I don't know which pixel's which. It's a gradient. Sorry, guys. I'm just a little angry. That one. Got it. UV done. No, I don't know. I'm gonna have to just work on this because I just need to fix, like, there's a little bit of weird jankiness. You can see, like, these pixels for some reason are a little miscolored. I gotta just work on this. It won't be too hard. I just need to copy over the UV and just go through and kind of redo it. But yeah, like, because one thing that was janky is it causes, like, some weird things in the skins. Like, because the legs, like, go up separate, so you end up with, like, this weird, like, belly button thing. It's just, it's kind of weird. What I need to do is make the body, like, a static thing and just kind of have it go up and down, and then the legs are, like, separate, so that we don't get, like, weird issues with the skins. And at some point I do also want to, you know, apply the skins also. Or, like, not apply the skins. Oh, I'm losing it, guys. Make it so you can upload custom skins. Surprised our scheduling is somewhat decent considering the time difference in our sleep schedules. I know, it seems like we're usually both up at the same time. Right now, me and Ace are at like polar opposites. But yeah, it's a little messed up. All right, well, I think that's going to be it for today. I know we didn't get around to UVs, but we did fix a lot of bugs, so that's good. Really, all the remaining bugs aren't too bad. It's just the fix the little pedestals in the dungeons, you know, the funny numbers and symbols. My hair's all weird, man. I need to take a shower or something. We need to fix that. Apparently, there's like a weird bug with the research, so we'll work on that. But we're definitely getting there. Not too much longer, I would say. Not too much more to fix. I mean, I'm sure there is more. It's never ending, but yeah. We'll see. I do want to do another multiplayer test, especially with a dedicated server. Again, let me know if anyone's interested in joining the dedicated server test. I'm making it official right now. It's gonna happen. So, let me know and I'll invite you. Alright, I'll let you know. I figure, like, you and MBG are probably going to want to join. Not right now. But as soon as I have dedicated server stuff, like, kind of ready. Which, it's, like, right there. I mean, it works. I can connect and everything's fine. But yeah. I'm going to keep tweaking that, though. Hopefully I can, like, get a little... I can work on it Thursday, and maybe we can start testing it on Friday or something, and then... push this update up, and then we get started on the next automation zone, guys. We gotta make a whole new planet. So, but honestly, now with the whole new region system, I think it's really easy to make planets now. Yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna be free, but today is full. Yeah, that's all good. I don't think we're doing it today, so no worries. You'll join too, epic. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably let everybody know. I'll just like, oh, I don't know. React to this image if you're interested. But yeah. Maybe there's a way I can hide my IP. I know there is a way you can do like a temporary IP. Like an IP that temporarily connects to your IP. You know, and then once you get rid of it, it's gone. Like a VPN basically, but like for IPs. I don't know. I'll look into that. Alright, well thank you gamers for coming to the stream. I do appreciate it. Yeah, like a dynamic DNS or something. I'll keep looking into it. I know there's one website I used before, I think, for testing some Starground stuff. I can't remember what it was called though. I don't remember what it was. I have to go find it again. I don't remember. I think it was like, yeah, like a dynamic DNS thing. I just trying to remember the name. Wasn't Cloudflare. It was like an open source one. I do not remember. Well, let me know if anybody can remember. All right, let's go pick somebody to raid. All right. Shut up me. Okay. Who would we like to raid today? There's a whole bunch of people on now. Many people. Good evening. Thank you, Ryan. What is Odd Oculus working on? No, I have an ad. It's okay. The ad will be gone soon. Doms is streaming. We could. Let's see what Odd Oculus is up to. I don't know if I've ever rated them. I followed them at some point, so... They got some crazy fire going on behind them. That's pretty insane, guys. We will, why not raid them? Someone different, you know? I don't want to always raid the same person every single time, so... Alright, well thank you, gamers. Feel free to buy Starground right now. It's on sale. I think until the 26th or something. I don't remember. Join the Discord if you want, and we will next be live on Friday. I don't know. Well, I don't know exactly what we're going to be working on, but we'll figure that out. So, okay, I am going to start the raid, and we will leave in 10 seconds. All right. Goodbye, gamers. Thank you for coming to this stream, and I will see all of you another time. All right. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye.